It was not until this moment that Han Xian showed a little worry, but when she turned to look at Yun Xiao, she saw a sneer and mockery in his eyes. Only then did she relax and watch the show with peace of mind. She thought to herself, "The man in front of me is known as the #1 rising star in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Elder Li." Lu Jingshan cried out in grief and anger as he immediately charged toward an old man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man directly stretched out his hand and made a gesture to interrupt, and slowly said, "I know." Fortunately, this old man had come to Tianhai town for some business, or else I wouldn't have been able to deal with this situation. The crowd was shocked and their expressions changed. Almost everyone had realized that the old man in front of them was a martial sovereign of the 9th heaven. The overall strength of Haitian town was not strong. A martial emperor expert was enough to cause a great shock. The people of the major chambers of commerce began to sigh in pity. The originally one-sided situation was completely suppressed. With a martial emperor in charge, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce would be safe. As for the damage to his reputation, he could easily salvage it by putting on a few acts. The only difficult thing to do now was that Lu Jingshan had killed Sidun and had to accept the investigation of the Sea of Soul formation. However, that was easy. As long as he completely took over the Purple Cloud Trade Union, he could just push all the blame onto the Purple Cloud Trade Union and get away with it. Such a powerful force was still so vulnerable in front of a martial supreme. In this world, all schemes and intrigues were nothing but clowns. Only strength was eternal. "Are you going to kneel down and admit your mistakes? Or do you want me to do it?" Elder Li said unhurriedly. The expression on his face was languid, as if the millions of people in front of him were nothing more than ants in his eyes, not worth a mention. The faces of the people of the Purple Cloud Trade Union turned pale. They were all on guard, and no one dared to make a sound. "Tisk. What?" Yun Xiao sneered disdainfully. "Are you trying to suppress justice with force? Justice? Ha ha ha." Elder Li threw his head back and laughed, then gave Yun Xiao a contemptuous look and said with a sneer, "Where is justice in this world? The one with the bigger fist was justice. Little kid, go home and drink milk for a few years before you come out." However, the premise is that all the people of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce must kneel in front of our Chamber of Commerce in a row until we are satisfied, and then you will have a chance to live. "Aren't you going too far with your bullying?" Angry voices suddenly rose from the crowd. Everyone was surprised. At this time, there was still someone who wanted to be the first bird. Wasn't that like an old man hanging himself and looking down on his life? The crowd parted, and an old man walked out. He cupped his fists and nodded. "I'm Zhu Enren, the president of the Haitian town branch of Tianyuan Trading Company. Your conditions are too harsh." It turned out that he was from Tianyuan Trading Company. Everyone couldn't help but wonder if Tianyuan Trading Company was behind this incident. Elder Li sneered. "A branch president also dares to fart in front of me? If I find out that you're behind what happened today, don't blame me for loosening your bones without considering the merchant union's feelings." Zhu Enren's expression changed drastically, but he still argued. Although strength is the most important thing in the world, justice still exists in the hearts of the people. Even if Elder Li suppressed us with martial arts today, when the headquarters finds out in the future, they will definitely send even stronger martial artists over, and it will definitely cause a war between the two associations. At that time, I'm afraid that even Elder Li would find it difficult to bear this responsibility. Right? Ha. Responsibility? How could the senior management of Tianyuan Trading Company start a war with Thunderwind Trading Company for you ants? Don't you think you're overestimating your status? Elder Li sneered without the slightest attempt to hide it. "A bunch of goons trying to show off their existence in front of me. Bah!" He directly spat out a mouthful of phlegm, which transformed into a strong wind that directly pounced on Zhu Enren's face. Zhu Enren was gobsmacked. He struck out with his long saber in horror, displaying a set of exquisite saber techniques, instantly flashing out layers of saber light, swallowing and spitting. Bang! The overlapping layers of saber light were actually completely annihilated by that thick phlegm. Zhu Enren's entire person was sent flying, crushing a large part of the crowd. The crowd was even more shocked. This was the might of a martial supreme, and no one dared to make a sound. Hee hee ha ha, ha ha. Suddenly, a person laughed. From the light laughter at the beginning, it turned into a loud laugh. Then, he even started clapping and cheering. Amazing! Amazing! Elder Li's spit was wonderful. Everyone looked at Xianxia in shock, wondering if he had gone crazy. Or did he surrender to the might of the martial emperor and change his side? Other than Luan Xian, everyone in the purple cloud chamber of commerce had ugly expressions on their faces. Elder Wu's face was ashen, and he sighed inwardly. The president didn't listen to his advice, but followed this reckless and ignorant kid. Now he was finally in trouble, and he was afraid that he would die in the line of duty. Elder Li's eyes turned cold as he stared at Xianxia and said, "Why? Do you want to enjoy it too?" Hee hee, it's nothing. It's just that Ing Luo. The smile on Yunxiao's face gradually froze as he said coldly, "It's just that I'm a bit of a clean freak. Whenever I see someone spitting on the ground, I can't help but ask him to eat back what he spat out." "Eh? You're looking for death? Die!" Elder Li roared as he made a grabbing motion in the air. Emperor Qi condensed in his hand, and Yunxiao's body was pulled over by a force. Elder Li's face flickered, and a bad feeling suddenly spread in his heart. Yunxiao's body was undoubtedly caught by him and he was flying in the air, but there was no panic on his face. Instead, there was a look of ridicule. This kind of calmness was definitely not an act, because a person's eyes would not lie. But Yunxiao's eyes were filled with killing intent and pity. What? Is he pitying me? Is he crazy? There was a huge question mark in Elder Li's mind, but the uneasiness and fear in his heart intensified. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew over, making him feel a slight chill. He was instantly shocked. With his strength and cultivation, how could he be cold from the wind? He hurriedly struck out with his palm. Colorful clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and the wind grew stronger and colder. Under the colorful cloud, Yunxiao seemed to be stepping on a breeze as he gently thrust out his palm. The power of laws condensed out of thin air and turned into a palm that fell down. "I'll take the wind and cloud." "What? The power of regulation?" Elder Li was completely dumbfounded. The power of regulation that could only be displayed by a martial supreme had actually appeared on the body of a martial honor. He hurriedly increased his strength, pouring all his essence force into his palm, and slapped it out with a loud shout. Even if the other party could inexplicably display rule force, he was a genuine martial supreme after all. Thinking of this, his confidence recovered a little, and he roared and attacked. Bang! Under the shock of the two huge forces, the sky changed color and the wind and clouds swept. It was only at this moment that Elder Li realized that he had thought wrong. His entire brain instantly lost the ability to think, and his internal organs shattered on the spot. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was directly sent flying, falling far away on the ground. This buy-in, everyone lost their ability to think in an instant. The entire place became silent, as if tens of thousands of people had left. There was not a single sound, and it was so quiet that it was strange. Wasn't that Elder Li a martial emperor powerhouse? Everyone's gazes looked over in a daze, only to see Elder Li currently trembling as he swallowed large amounts of medicinal pills. His face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were filled with terror. As for Yunxiao, who was thought to be dead for sure, he was standing with his hands clasped behind his back and looking at the people of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce with a calm face. Lu Jingshan was the first to react. He sucked in a breath of cold air and screamed as if he had seen a ghost. He was so frightened that he retreated with all his might. Don't come over." This time he was completely terrified. A martial emperor powerhouse could not even withstand one of his palm strikes. Who was this young man? The same question arose in everyone's heart, and they were all dumbfounded. Zhu Anren was stunned for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. It turned out that he had been an unnecessary person to stick up for, and had made a fool of himself instead. But he was also shocked in his heart, and he could not help but speculate about Yunxiao's identity. After a short moment of shock, the Purple Cloud trade union members burst into cheers. Who had ever seen a battle like the one that sent a martial emperor flying with a single palm strike? Elder Wu was petrified, his brain unable to think. He finally understood where the president's blind confidence came from. It turned out that he was short-sighted. The sudden reversal of the situation was hard for everyone to adapt to. It was only when Lu Jingshan's anguished wailing that they came back to their senses. Am I seeing things? This young man sent a martial sovereign flying with a single palm strike. This is fake, right? Don't tell me that the two chambers of commerce are working together to put on a show. Definitely. This young man will definitely take out pills and equipment to sell later. TSK to be able to invite a martial emperor to star in it. How much money did they spend? While everyone was waiting quietly for Yunxiao to take out some pills to sell, they saw him walking toward the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and saying coldly, "Just now, Elder Li gave us a good idea. Everyone, kneel in a row and confess your sins. Tell us everything about how you framed the Purple Cloud Trade Union. Don't miss any of the evil deeds that you've done." His eyes gradually turned into blood moons as he began to cast eye sorcery on the people of Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. As their backs were facing the rest of the people, no one understood what was happening. They could only watch in shock as the people of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce began to kneel down one by one, including Lu Jingshan. All of them knelt down in an orderly manner. "Lu Jingshan, what are you doing?" In the distance, the heavily injured Elder Li, who had swallowed a pill, said angrily, "You actually don't have any backbone at all." Lu Jingshan's next words surprised everyone. He shouted, "Backbone? It's not that I don't have a backbone, but it's great to know my mistakes and change. Elder Li, stop being so stubborn. Let's kneel in a row and fight for the Purple Cloud Trade Union's forgiveness. We'll get a chance to start over." Elder Li, who had just swallowed a large number of medicinal pills and his injuries had slightly improved, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood again. His internal injuries were rapidly deteriorating. "Not bad, not bad. President Lu's performance was very good. You can get a chance to be treated leniently." Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Now, tell us all the despicable things you have done in front of everyone. As long as you can get everyone's original place, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce will not make things difficult for you." "Yes, yes. Thank you, everyone, for your magnanimity." Lu Jingshan's face was full of remorse as he began to recount his evil deeds in tears. The martial artists kneeling beside him also added a few sentences from time to time, fighting to repent. Although this scene was very comical and caused everyone to snicker in private, in the eyes of the major forces, it was unprecedentedly serious. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce had the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce in their grasp, no matter how one looked at it. Not to mention, they had the help of Sidun, an 8th-tier alchemist, and a martial emperor lurking among them. There was no possibility of them failing. However, they had actually lost in such a sure-win situation, and they had lost completely. The power displayed by the Purple Cloud Trade Union had shocked everyone, especially the young man in front of them. He had injured a martial supreme with a single palm strike, which meant that he must be a martial supreme himself. In the beginning, the crowd was gloating at the misfortune of Lu Jingshan and the others as they repented. However, as they listened on, their expressions changed drastically. "What? You guys were the ones who poisoned a large number of people last time just to sell the antidote. I didn't expect that the molesting of a boy was true. No wonder it's so common to hear that little boys go missing in the city. Damn it! Nonsense! What a load of nonsense! How dare you frame my money gang for colluding with you? Lu Jingshan, I've never known you." In addition to some embarrassing things, Lu Jingshan also began to talk about how he secretly schemed against the various Chamber of Commerces and formed cliques. In an instant, many of the Chamber of Commerce's expressions changed, and they all stood up to rebuke him. Kill him quickly. He's full of nonsense." An old man stood out and said to Jiang Qianrong, "President Qianrong, this person is spouting nonsense and slandering everyone. His crime is unforgivable and cannot be forgiven. Jiang Qinrong stared at the man coldly and said, "So it was you who robbed my goods last time, old fogey. I'll deal with you after the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is done." "Han Xian," Yunxiao suddenly said, "take out a book and write down everything that has happened to us. Taoyuan Chamber of Commerce, or some of our friendly chambers of commerce. Record it down. After they're done confessing, we'll go check them out one by one." "Yes." Han Xian smiled with an indescribable charm. A woman would only show her greatest beauty in front of the man she loved. As soon as he said that, many presidents' faces changed and they started to shiver. The infighting between the chambers of commerce had never stopped. It was common for them to form cliques and secretly attack each other. It was also common for them to attack Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and its affiliated chambers of commerce. Now that Lu Jingshan had mentioned it one by one, the people outside the Chamber of Commerce frowned and sighed at how messy the circle was. Just as Lu Jingshan was complaining in tears, the sound of the wheels of a horse carriage turning could be heard from afar. Everyone turned their heads, and someone immediately cried out, "It's the City Lord's carriage! The City Lord is here!" Immediately, someone made way for the luxurious carriage to move on the road towards the gate of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. Everyone held their breath, knowing that this matter had gone through the roof. Not only was the martial emperor injured, but the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce was also completely destroyed. Moreover, it was related to the death of Sidun, an 8th-tier alchemist. If it was not handled well, the Sea of Soul Formation would send someone here to make a transfer, which would be a great trouble for the city lord. The horse carriage stopped in front of Lu Jingshan, and there were more than 10 guards and maidservants following behind it. "What's going on? Where's Master Sidun?" A stern voice was heard from the carriage. "I heard that he was also captured." "It's the city lord's voice," someone exclaimed. Lu Jingshan turned a blind eye to the city lord's arrival. He was still expressing his bitter regret, as if he was addicted to it. Elder Li was shocked and hurriedly struggled forward, shouting, City Lord, please be wise and seek justice for our Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce." He was afraid that the Purple Cloud Trade Union would beat him to it, so he hurriedly said, "The Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce brought people to cause trouble. Not only did they injure many people of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, but they also killed Master Sidun." What? What did you just say?" A furious roar came from within the carriage. Immediately after, a figure shot out. A man directly lifted up Elder Li and roared in rage. "What did you just say? Master Sidun is dead." Elder Li's body was directly jolted by the other party's aura. His already heavily injured body was suppressed to the point of extreme discomfort. He was completely unable to speak. He could only use his finger to point at the completely destroyed prison cart in the distance, as well as the corpses inside. The man threw Elder Li away and arrived beside the corpse in an instant. He immediately confirmed that it was indeed Sidun. Anger. Who did it? The man was the city lord, Liao Yongbing. He had thought that it would only be a large-scale battle between chambers of commerce. He had only come to take a look after hearing that Sidun had been involved. He had not expected to see Sidun's corpse. At this moment, he was like a volcano that was about to erupt. He roared repeatedly and his murderous eyes flashed across everyone. He said coldly, "Who is it? Who did this?" Yunxiao thought to himself, a 4-star martial emperor is indeed a powerful force. He laughed coldly. Thousands of people witnessed Master Sidun's death with their own eyes. You can ask anyone you like, City Lord. How did the master die? Liao Yongbing's chi made everyone shiver. Finally, someone couldn't help but say, Lu Jingshan killed him with a single palm. What? Liao Yongbing was shocked and teleported right in front of Lu Jingshan. He was about to strike out with his palm in anger, but he suddenly stopped mid-strike and asked coldly, "Did you really kill Master?" "Woo, I killed him. I've sinned so much that I deserve to die." Lu Jingshan cried bitterly, his face full of grief and indignation. He cried so hard that he could even wail at the heavens. It was an extremely miserable sight. Damn it! Liao Yongbing was furious. Without any more suspicion, he kicked the man into the wall and knocked him out. With his anger, he would definitely tear him to pieces. However, now that the matter concerned the Sea of Soul formation, they might send someone to investigate, so he had to keep him alive to deal with the questions of the Sea of Soul formation. My lord! My lord! Although Master Sidun was killed by Lu Jingshan, he was framed by the people of the Purple Cloud Trade Union. Elder Li was shocked. He endured the pain and struggled to come forward. Now Liao Yongbing had become the only possible savior of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. He must seize this opportunity. And who are you? Liao Yongbing could also see Elder Li's cultivation base of a martial emperor. He was secretly surprised because he did not find any powerhouse who could injure a martial emperor here. He is an elder of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, Yunxiao said. He is also an accomplice in Master Sidun's death. City Lord, you can ask these penitent people and you'll know. He looked at the cultivators kneeling on the ground, and one of them immediately spoke up. However, the matter of Yunxiao imprisoning Sidun in the prisoner's carriage was omitted, and the focus was on the schemes of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, which had stained Sidun's reputation. Then, Lu Jingshan and Elder Li had killed Master Sidun, and the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce had failed to rescue him. Damn it! The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce has gone too far. They deserve to die. Liao Yongbing was furious. He kicked out and exploded Elder Li's dantian, killing him. The pitiful Elder Li thought that his savior had arrived, but he did not expect it to be a fiend, dying in vain just like that. After the kick, Liao Yongbing suddenly realized that something was wrong, but the man was already dead, and there was nothing he could do. He still felt that something was wrong. It shouldn't be so simple. Pa pa pa. Yunxiao clapped his hands and laughed. Good kill. City Lord, you punish the evil and promote the good. You're a big man. Everyone from the Purple Cloud Trade Union also began to clap and cheer. Everyone's face was full of smiles. Liao Yongbing's face slowly darkened. He felt that there were many suspicious points in the man's words. Now that he thought about it carefully, there were many loopholes. For example, why did they kneel here and repent? Why did Master Sidun anger Lu Jingshan? None of them made sense. He wasn't a fool, and he immediately knew that he had fallen into someone else's trap. It was not a big deal to kill Elder Li, but he was afraid of angering the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce behind him. Once the responsibility was pursued, his strength was not enough. But in front of thousands of people, he couldn't show that he had fallen for the trap or regret. Otherwise, where would his face and dignity be? Looking at this matter and the current situation, it was undoubtedly the Purple Cloud Trade Union's doing. However, the situation was irreversible now. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce had to be convicted of the murder of Sidun. This would be an explanation to the Sea of Soul formation and the headquarters of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. Liao Yongbing glared at Yunxiao with eyes full of killing intent, then said slowly, although the evil person who killed Master Sidun has been executed, this is only to avenge the Master. I don't think today's matter is as simple as it seems. I will definitely investigate it thoroughly. You all live in Haitian Town. So please give me some face and try to control your behavior in the future. Definitely. All the Chamber of Commerce's presidents nodded. Liao Yongbing was the #1 master in Haitian Town, so no one dared to disrespect him. Liao Yongbing then said, everyone please leave. The presidents of the Chamber of Commerce will come to my mansion tomorrow. I want you to explain everything that happened today. In addition, I have another matter to discuss with you all. Liao Yongbing had already realized that today's matter was a huge circle, and there might be more problems if he stayed any longer. What he needed to do now was to figure out the whole thing, and not be dragged around by the nose. After that, he got into the luxurious carriage and drove away. He didn't wait for the others to reply if they agreed or if they were free. However, no one dared to be busy. If they were busy, they would basically be waiting for death. Even if he wanted to get rid of you, he would play you to death in secret. Lu Jingshan was also dragged away by his men. This was an explanation for the Sea of Soul formation, so he could not die. After Liao Yongbing left, Yunxiao said, "The city lord is really righteous." As soon as he appeared, he executed the chief villain and caused the collapse of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. The Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce has played a major role in cracking down on the delinquents of the Chamber of Commerce. I suggest that the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce take over the market share of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce in Haitiantown. What do you think? What? This caused an uproar. Except for the Chamber of Commerce under the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, everyone shook their heads and protested. Yunxiao was a little surprised by the crowd's intense reaction. Hanxian replied softly, "Merchants value profits, and the market is where their lives are. Although you've intimidated everyone with your means, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to monopolize the shares of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce." The president of the Money Chamber of Commerce said coldly, "If the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce quits, the cake left behind will be huge. I'm afraid the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce alone can't swallow it. There's a saying that goes, 'A greedy snake can't swallow an elephant.' Don't be afraid that you'll die from overeating. If we can't finish it, we can share it with our friends," Yunxiao snorted. "But we've worked so hard to drive away the tigers and wolves, so it's a little unreasonable to let a non-friend have a share of it." "Hehe. You chased away the tigers and wolves?" The president of the Money Chamber of Commerce sneered. "If we didn't work together to stand on your side, would the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce yield? Besides, if you take it all, I'm afraid we'll have to boycott your Purple Cloud Trade Union and isolate you. Our friends won't be able to have fun together." "Oh? That awesome?" "In that case," Yunxiao said coldly, "let's not play together anymore. Tomorrow, I'll start to send people to take over the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce's business. If any of you are unhappy, you can come out and say something. I don't mind taking your territory as well. At most, the Purple Cloud Trade Union will work hard and take all the business in Haitiantown. I don't believe that I will be stuffed to death." "Humph! Arrogant." The president of the Money Chamber of Commerce sneered. "You think you're invincible just because you're a Marshal Supreme? Which of the 7 chambers of commerce doesn't have a large number of Marshal Supremes? If you're too presumptuous, there's no guarantee that the higher-ups won't send someone to clean up the mess. By then, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce will be playing with fire." "It is. The Purple Cloud Trade Union is nothing in the Merchant Union." His words immediately resonated with everyone, and they all voiced their support, as if they would not retreat even if they died. Han Xian also sent a voice transmission to him. "Young Master Yun, let's put this matter aside for the time being. It's already a surprise that we can bring down the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. This market is too big, and it's difficult for the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce to swallow it alone." Yunxiao ignored him and stared coldly at the president of the Money Chamber of Commerce as he sneered. "Money Chamber of Commerce, right? Han Xian. Did Lu Jingshan mention anything about the Money Chamber of Commerce plotting against us in his confession?" "There are." Han Xian took out the notebook she had just taken down and read. "Last year, a batch of sea beast cores was purchased. After they were transported out of the Ocean Sky Town, they were robbed by the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce and the Money Chamber of Commerce." The face of the president of the Money Chamber of Commerce changed, and he flatly denied, "Absolutely not. Lu Jingshan is spouting nonsense." "Nonsense or not," Yunxiao sneered, "we'll know when I send someone to search your Money Chamber of Commerce." "What? You want to search my Money Chamber of Commerce?" The president of the Money Chamber of Commerce was shocked when he heard that. He thought he had heard wrong. "How can you prove your innocence if you don't search?" Yunxiao said coldly. "Warriors of the Purple Cloud Trading Company, go to the Chamber of Commerce and search for the inner cores. As playmates, we have the responsibility and obligation to clear the Chamber of Commerce's name." What? Were they really going to search the Money Chamber of Commerce? Is this kid crazy? Heavens! What kind of world is this? You just destroyed the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce, and now you want to attack the Money Chamber of Commerce. It must be fake. He must be scaring people. I don't believe that there is such a bold person in the world. Amidst the crowd's disbelieving voices, Yunxiao led the people of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce and headed toward the shop of the Money Chamber of Commerce. How dare you, you rascal! The president of the Money Chamber of Commerce finally realized that it was not a joke. He broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly stood in front of the team, roaring, "If you dare to step into the Money Chamber of Commerce, the headquarters will definitely send experts to crush you. Get lost," Xianxia said coldly. With a casual wave of his hand, he threw out a palm strike and sent the president flying away, then disappeared into the sky. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. He was actually serious. None of them knew Xianxia well, including Xianxia, or they would not have dared to oppose him from taking over the territory of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. What kind of person was Xianxia? Why would someone from the Sanctuary and Soul Formation realm care about the opinions of these chambers of commerce? Not to mention, it was just a small branch. In his eyes, they were insignificant. If a mantis's arm dared to block a car, then he would directly crush it. Under everyone's shocked expressions, the people of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce had completely ransacked the Gold and Money Chamber of Commerce in front of everyone. Even Zhu Enrin of Tianyuan Trading Company could not stand it anymore and tried to stop him many times, but Xianxia just chuckled and ignored him. Soon, the large Chamber of Commerce was wiped out, and dozens of cultivators were blown to the ground by him in one move. Some of the stronger ones also saw the situation and lay on the ground, not daring to stand up. Finally, one of the presidents of the Chamber of Commerce couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up indignantly and scolded. "You dare to go against the world's condemnation because you have extraordinary strength, but can you be stronger than the joint forces of many chambers of commerce?" Xianxia gave him a pitiful look and said, "Why are there always people who like to think so highly of themselves?" He squinted his eyes and asked with a smile, "Old man, which chamber of commerce are you from? Please tell me your name." The president's expression changed and he hurriedly covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound. "Humph!" Xianxia snorted coldly as he looked around and said, "For those who have been exposed by Lu Jingshan to have attacked the Purple Cloud Trade Union, if the circumstances are serious, you will have to compensate 2/3 of the market business. If the circumstances are not serious, you can compensate half of the market business. You can decide for yourself whether it's serious or not. If it's too little, we'll collect it ourselves. I don't know how much we can collect." "What? Isn't this forcing everyone to their deaths?" Finally, it once again incited public anger. All kinds of voices of resistance rose one after another, with a sense of unity. "Humph! Kid, you're too arrogant. This old man can't stand it anymore." A voice boomed like thunder, rumbling like dark clouds. The Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens pressed down, immobilizing all the warriors of the Purple Cloud Trade Union. "This brat is a bit strange. Since Brother Zhanben has also made a move, I naturally can't hide. If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is." Another cold voice sounded, and then a figure streaked across the sky and landed on a roof, standing with his arms crossed. Every generation has its own talents. Let us 3 old men meet this young man today." On the roof of another room, a person had suddenly appeared. He was lazily half lying there, holding a broken wine pot and drinking by himself. "So it's Brother Yiguang and Brother Xianxia. I usually don't see any traces of you, so I thought you went out to sea to train." The voice at the very front sounded once again. It revealed a surprised expression, but it also carried a sense of joy. "Ha ha ha!" Xianxia laughed. "We haven't met in years. When this is over, the 3 of us should have a good gathering and learn from each other." "Humph, you fighting fanatic. I'm afraid you've learned a lot of good things." Yiguang, who was standing on the roof with his hands behind his back, had an ice-cold expression on his face. However, a hint of battle intent also burned in his eyes. Zhanben's voice came over. "Yes, it's indeed a rare opportunity. We must meet and exchange our martial arts insights. Which one of you will go teach this kid a lesson?" Yiguang snorted. "Brother Zhanben has already made his move. The 2 of us will be happy to watch. It's also a good opportunity for you to witness my strength. I wonder how much I've improved." "Ha-ha! I think Brother Yiguang is going to be disappointed." Xianxia laughed. With Zhanben's strength, He doesn't need to be graceful to deal with this young man. He can send him flying with a single slap. The appearance of the three immediately caused the merchants below to be overjoyed. All of them felt as if they had been doused in sweet dew, and all of their suppressed emotions were swept away. Ha ha! It's the martial emperor powerhouse who's hidden in the Chamber of Commerce. The old man who had questioned Xianxia earlier burst into laughter. Now you know you've caused a big trouble, don't you? Even the hidden experts have been drawn out by you. You're playing with fire and you've brought this upon yourself. Ha ha! All the people of the Purple Cloud Trade Union were smiling, waiting for a good show. Their faces were full of cold mockery. Young man, Jean Ben said, you're very talented, but you can't be too ruthless. Otherwise you'll die young. Return everything to the Chamber of Commerce and stop making trouble, and I'll let you off this time. The old man from the Chamber of Commerce was shocked and hurriedly shouted, My lord, you cannot. This child is meticulous, his strength is high, and his methods are vicious. I hope that your excellency can suppress him and prevent future trouble. Xianxia gave the old man a pitying look, then turned to the sky and said indifferently, Seeing that you still have good intentions of letting me go, the three of you can leave. Silence. The entire hall suddenly fell silent, and everyone was stunned and speechless by Xianxia's words. The young man is quite ambitious. It's a pity that you don't know the vast sea and the vast sky. Today, I'll give you a lesson on behalf of your family's lord, and let you know that there's always someone better than you. With that, dark clouds gathered in the sky and gradually condensed into a fist beam, which then smashed down at Xianxia. The fist radiance was like a meteor, creating a terrifying phenomenon in the sky. Everyone felt as if the end of the world had arrived, and they all had difficulty breathing. Han Xuan's face changed drastically as she looked at Xianxia anxiously, her eyes full of concern, fearing that he would not be able to resist the attack. Xianxia looked into her eyes and chuckled. Don't worry, it's just 3 low-level martial sovereigns. When he raised his eyes, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a sharp look. He said coldly, The 3 of you are the ones who don't know what's good for you. With a point of his finger, 3 northern heaven cold star swords appeared in front of him. Xianxia flicked his finger and said, Demon slaying! Clang, a long sword turned into a ray of green light and flew straight up, like a dragon leaping into the abyss. Star obliteration! He flicked his index finger again, and the second sword turned into a ray of black light. It was like the endless night, the sword chi of death that returned to silence. Morning light! The third finger flickered, and the last sword was like the first ray of light at dawn, bringing people endless hope and yearning. In just a short moment, 3 swords were slashed out and shot toward the 3 martial emperor powerhouses. 3 endless sword intents rippled in the air and divided the sky into 3 regions, each of which was incompatible. The Demon Slayer sword instantly broke through the martial sovereign's fist radiance and rushed into the dark clouds like a flying dragon. A faint dragon roar could be heard, shaking the strange phenomenon in the sky. An old man's figure appeared, and he hurriedly drew his sword to meet the attack in shock. Bang! Jean Ben's long sword trembled as it met the attack. It let out a sorrowful cry. His entire body was also hit by the violent impact. He was pushed back by the sword chi, and the air was compressed to the point that it was burning. The other 2 were not having a good time either. Yi Guang and Xianxia were shocked by the 2 sword chi, and only then did they realize that the situation was not right. They moved to receive the attack, but to their shock, they discovered that the power of the sword art was far above their own abilities. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled sounds, the 2's defenses were directly broken. After spraying blood in the air, they fell far away, vomiting blood. The 3 swords returned in an instant and stood in front of Xianxia. With a point of his finger, they were all absorbed into his body. Then he sighed and said, Sigh, without the Emperor Chi of the 9 heavens, the power is still not enough. This process only took an instant. Everyone's brains crashed, and they couldn't react at all. The 3 people who had been so majestic a moment ago, Jean Ben had been shaken to the point where he was nowhere to be seen. The remaining two were vomiting blood on the ground in the distance. The contrast of this scene was extremely challenging to the human mind, and none of them could understand it. Han Xian and Elder Wu were completely dumbfounded as well. That's 3 martial sovereigns. He had actually attacked at the same time and defeated 3 martial supremes. Yunxiao's indifferent voice rang out. Now you know how high the sky is and how wide the sea is, right? Han Xuan's face gradually recovered, but the shock in her heart could not be eliminated in a short time. Although she knew that Yunxiao was the number 1 among the rising stars, she did not expect him to be so terrifying. Back in Li-Fire City, the Big Dipper sect master, Zhang Linghua, had only just broken through to the martial supreme realm and was already able to easily intimidate and defeat him. How long had it been since then? He could actually defeat 3 famous martial emperor powerhouses at once. It was said that Zhang Churen, the city lord of Red Moon City, had personally declared that Yunxiao would be the number 1 man in this world in a few decades. At first, Han Xian thought it was too much of an exaggeration, but now she completely believed it. A wave of cold air spread across the field, and everyone suddenly felt the temperature drop. They felt cold all over and began to shiver. Especially the old man from the Chamber of Commerce. He was so scared that he knelt down. He was so cold that his lips were turning blue and purple. A beam of light shot down from the sky and landed beside Yi Guang and Xiang Chun. It was really Zhan Ben. His face was pale. He checked the 2's injuries and said heavily, "How are the 2 of you?" The 2 of them took some pills and felt much better. Their pale faces were slightly relieved. Xiang Chun said bitterly, "I've really stepped on an iron plate this time. What's this kid's strength? Could it be that he intentionally suppressed his cultivation so that even you and I can't tell?" Yi Guang's face was also pale. He said with some fear, "He's at least a peak 3-star martial emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight 1 against 3 so easily, as if he didn't use all his strength." A peak 3-star martial emperor, huh? Zhan Ben was the best of the 3, but he only had a light injury. He said, "Why don't the 3 of us join forces and try again?" Yi Guang's expression instantly turned ugly. He said, "From the looks of it, he doesn't seem to have any intention of killing us. If we offend him again, I'm afraid it won't be so good." He was obviously afraid. Judging from his 3 moves, they contain 3 completely different sword intents, each of which is breathtaking and terrifying. Xiang Chun said worriedly, "This brat is too terrifying. Is he really as young as he looks?" Zhan Ben's idea of trying was completely dispelled by the worry of the 2. He shook his head and said, "Is he going to mess around with the Chamber of Commerce's layout in Haitian Town?" Yi Guang said bitterly, "If you don't have the strength, then it's called messing around. If you have the strength, then it's not called messing around. It's called reorganizing. The 3 of us can't do anything about this, and the only person who can restrain him in the entire Haitian Town is probably the city lord, Liao Yongbing." The 3 men were dejected. When they saw that Yunxiao had no intention of making things difficult for them, they helped each other up, then turned into a beam of light and disappeared without saying a word. At that moment, all the people from the Chamber of Commerce fell silent, and no one dared to object to Yunxiao's proposal. Yunxiao pointed at the president of the Chamber of Commerce and said, "This old man should retire and enjoy his old age. The Chamber of Commerce he's in will give up all of its market share, and the rest will do as I said before. This young master doesn't have time to waste on ants like you. If I hear any more discordant voices, I'll directly put you all in harmony." The old man from before immediately became dispirited. His legs went soft, and he lay on the ground like a dead pig. He no longer had any strength. The rest of the people were also angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They all left with their heads lowered. Soon, a large amount of information was spread out from Haitian Town that day. It was all reported to the top by the major chambers of commerce. No one was willing to accept the inexplicable loss of market share, and they couldn't afford to take the responsibility. All the negative emotions were temporarily suppressed, and the people of the Purple Cloud Trade Union began to get busy, taking over the territories of the major trade unions. Yunxiao, Luan Xian, and the others returned to the headquarters of the Purple Cloud Trade Union first. In the living room, Xianxia sent everyone away, leaving only Xiao behind. They looked at each other and smiled. "Young Master Yun," Xianxia said courteously, "you've saved the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce again. I'm very grateful. Can't repay you." "Why?" Xiao laughed. "Xianxia, you don't have to be so polite, right? I didn't expect to see you in Haitian Town. What a coincidence." Xianxia laughed, her eyes looking back at the flowing waves, full of tranquility, and said, "The last time we parted, I thought that it would be a long time before I could see you again, but it's only been half a year, and I'm lucky enough to see you again." Moreover, after meeting him today, young Master Yun had grown from a quiet young man to a level that others could only look up to. "I saw young Master Yun make a move just now, so I'm sure he deserves the honor of being the #1 among the younger generation." "This honor is a disaster, not a blessing," Xiao said with a wry smile. "If it comes from Zhang Churen's mouth, how many people in the world will come to me for trouble? Zhang Churen looks like an honest person, but I didn't expect her to be so sinister." Xianxia laughed involuntarily. Only someone as carefree as him would dare to comment on the 7 sect masters in such a way. City Lord Zhang is definitely not a person who can speak eloquently. If it's what he said, it's most likely true. The battle with the Sea Tribe's king seems to have only happened recently. "How are your injuries, young Master Yun?" Her eyes were full of concern, and she was not just being polite. "I've fully recovered," Xiao said gently. "Thanks to that battle, my strength has improved a lot again. This time, we came to Haitian Town for the Moon Pearl of the East Sea. Has Xianxia heard of this item? Moon Pearl of the Eastern Sea?" Xianxia was bewildered for a while. She immediately recalled something and said, "Rumor has it that there is a merman race in the Eastern Sea that will shed tears towards the moon on a moonlit night. Their tears will turn into pearls. Is this the item?" "It is." Xiao took one out and lay it in his hand, emitting a soft light that gave off a pure beauty. "What beautiful pearls! I've only heard of this item before," Xianxia praised. "Since young Master Yun needs it, I'll have someone pass down the order to buy it at a high price all over the world." "Thank you," Xiao nodded and said. "I'll have to trouble you then." Xianxia smiled, twirled her long hair with her fingers and said, "If it weren't for young Master Yun's help twice, the Purple Cloud Trade Union would have been destroyed. Not to mention mere pearls. Even if you ask Xianxia to hand over the Chamber of Commerce, it's just a word." Her words were unhurried, and the faint scent of rouge spread out. Through his thoughts, the night outside the curtain was quiet, and the moon was slightly bright. A kind of embarrassment was written on his face. Xiao was naturally intelligent, and he had lived 2 lives, so how could he not understand what she meant? "If that's the case, then I won't thank you." Hanchuan's eyes flashed with desolation, a secret love creeping into her heart, but unfortunately, the flowing water was heartless, and the flower was hurt alone. She forced a smile and said, "I'll get someone to make the arrangements. It's already late. Young Master Yun, you should rest early." With her head lowered, her beautiful figure brushed past Xiao, leaving a wisp of fragrance in the air. Xianxia soon arranged a secret room for Xiao to rest in, and at his request, she brought Xiaohong in. Zhang Qianrong felt that it was inappropriate. After all, they were alone and Xiaohong was too young, so she was afraid that she would be at a disadvantage. Xianxia saw her worry and said calmly, "Don't worry, not to mention this stupid girl. Even if a heavenly beauty was in front of him, he would not be moved." Xianxia seemed to be a little unhappy. Zhang Qianrong was confused. "President, you seem to know this man very well. May I know his background?" She was also very curious about Xiao's identity. Xianxia glanced at her and sighed. "Who in the world doesn't know you? A few days ago, in Red Moon City, he defeated the Sea Race's king in one fell swoop and was praised as the #1 rising star by the city lord of Red Moon City. He is the one." "Arg! Li Yunxiao." Zhang Qianrong was shocked and lost her composure. She quickly covered her mouth, unable to hide the shock in her eyes. "That's him," Xianxia nodded. Zhang Qianrong immediately shut her mouth, and the suspicion in her heart instantly disappeared. These 3 words were enough to explain everything. She did not expect her own president to have a friendship with such a legendary figure. This would be a great help to the future development of the Purple Cloud Trade Union. But for some reason, the president didn't seem to be happy. There seemed to be a faint worry between his brows. Jiang Qianrong did not ask this question. This night was destined to be a restless one. All the chambers of commerce could not sleep. Other than reporting to the headquarters, they also formed groups and began to discuss how to deal with the situation. The city lord's mansion had also sent people to investigate the ins and outs of the matter. The entire Haitian town was brightly lit. Yunxiao did not enter a meditative state to cultivate. Instead, he turned his eyes into blood moons and began to examine Xiao Hong's body. An hour later, he gradually stopped. "Did you see anything?" The demonic dragon's voice came. "Yes, I can be sure that this little girl isn't human. I can't tell what she is exactly. There's a force that's blocking my spiritual power. And what I find the strangest is that this force seems to be a little familiar to Lao AI," Yunxiao said thoughtfully while holding his chin. "Familiar? Since you're familiar with it, why can't you remember?" The demonic dragon asked in surprise. "It's not that I can't remember it," Yunxiao said. "It's just similar. What on earth is it?" His pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had thought of something, and his face changed drastically. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and the Divine Realm tablet shot out from between his eyebrows. Then, he grabbed Xiao Hong, who was still asleep, and flew down. The time in the Divine Realm tablet was controlled by him at will, so it was still daytime. With a thought, a stone appeared in front of him. It looked ordinary, but it made Yunxiao feel afraid, and he did not dare to get too close. "Agarine!" The demonic dragon's figure appeared with a look of horror on his face as he said, "The aura on this little girl's body is similar to that of the Agarine?" "It's not the same," Yunxiao shook his head and said, "but it gives me the same strange feeling." After the neon stone appeared, its state, which was originally like an ordinary stone, suddenly changed. It opened in the air and slowly became bigger. It was like a dry sponge soaking in water, slowly spreading out, as if it had come to life. It could take a solid form at any time, but it did not change its shape. The 2 of them were shocked and immediately became alert. The point was that Ning Qiue had described the Agarine as magical, so they had to be careful. After the neon stone expanded, it suddenly opened its mouth like a monster and sucked in a deep breath, immediately swallowing Xiao Hong, who was floating in the air, into its stomach. "What?" Both Yunxiao and the dragon were taken aback. Suddenly, Yunxiao threw out a sword incantation and shouted, "Spit it out!" Boom! The sword technique struck the Agarine directly. The sky trembled, but it only left a shallow scratch on the surface of the Agarine. Both of their faces fell. With Yunxiao's strength in the Divine Realm tablet, he was at least a high-level martial emperor. Even a casual slash would have shaken an ordinary 9th-tier mystic artifact. But at this moment, it only left a shallow mark. "The nature of this Agarine is probably beyond our understanding," the demonic dragon said. "Even I, who have lived for countless years, have never heard of such a thing." After the neon stone swallowed Xiao Hong, its form began to gradually stabilize. It was like a long human figurine that quietly floated in the air. The aura on it was greatly different from before. Other than being strange, it was also filled with hostility. Yunxiao's face was extremely unsightly as he said in shock and anger, "Xiao Hong has been swallowed and the Agarine has changed. How should I explain this to Han Xian and Qiue?" He pondered for a moment and finally pointed his index finger. The Phoenix True Flame burned in the air, and the flames immediately placed the entire Agarine into it and slowly calcined it. At the same time, he also spread out his powerful spiritual sense and carefully observed the changes in the Agarine, afraid that it would burn and endanger Xiao Hong's life. However, after a while, his face became more and more unsightly. There were indeed some traces of burning on the surface of the Agarine, but they were very shallow. He also found something strange. The temperature of the stone's surface did not rise under the burning of the flame. Instead, It began to drop slowly, becoming colder and colder. In the end, the phoenix's true flame was gradually blocked by a cold air, and it could not even burn the neon stone's body. It could only spit out flames outside the cold air. This buy-in, the two of them were stunned. That true phoenix flame was a 10th-tier item. There was basically nothing that it couldn't transform into. No one in the world had ever heard of someone being able to block its cold energy. With a solemn look on his face, Xianxia took back the flame and summoned little King Kong, the calabash, to touch the agarine with its hand. The gourd little King Kong's huge palm had just fallen, and before it could touch the body of the agarine, one of its hands was completely frozen. A thin layer of colorful material formed on its arm, which covered its whole body in an instant. This whole body seemed to be frozen, and it was fixed in place. That thin layer of multicolored substance seemed to be an extremely powerful ice attribute existence. This thing should be the power of the agarine itself, the demonic dragon said in a deep voice. It's activated by itself under the burning of your phoenix flame and has become a self-protection state. Now, it would be even more troublesome to get Xiao Hong out. In addition, given the current situation, we can't even be sure if Xiao Hong is still alive or not. Xianxia remained silent. He had never seen such a phenomenon before. That little red isn't human to begin with, and it should have some sort of connection with the agarine, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. I'm not as optimistic as you, the demonic dragon snorted. Have you ever thought that the little girl's original body might be the material that this agarine likes to devour? His words immediately made Xianxia's face turn extremely unsightly. If that was the case, Xiao Hong would be dead for sure. When will you ever say something nice? Believe it or not, I'll throw you over and feed you to the agarine too. The demonic dragon immediately shut up because he believed him. Bang! Suddenly, with a crisp sound, the colorful thin ice on the gourd little King Kong broke and turned into colorful fluorescent light. The gourd little King Kong seemed to have been seriously injured. Its clumsy and huge body fell backward and directly fell from the air. Xiao's pupils constricted. With a thought, the calabash little King Kong was immediately sent to him, and he sent his divine sense into it, trying to understand the changes in the little King Kong's body. What? He, who had been calm all this time, finally couldn't help but scream. His eyes were filled with horror as he retreated several steps in the air, as if he couldn't believe it. What's wrong? The demon dragon was shocked as well. He had rarely seen Xianxia lose his composure like this. Xiao's face was extremely unsightly as he stared at the body of the calabash King Kong in silence, as if he could not believe what he was seeing. The demonic dragon also sent out a strand of divine sense and said in shock, "Dead!" At this moment, the gourd little King Kong no longer had any breath of life. It stood quietly in the air like a profound level weapon, with a dull expression. The demon dragon's forehead started to sweat as he said, he was able to take the gourd little King Kong's life so silently in the Divine Realm tablet. Didn't you notice it at all? Xiao's face changed several times as he gritted his teeth and said, he should have died the moment he was frozen. Its body is much stronger than an ordinary 9th-tier profound armament, but now it's completely destroyed. It can't be seen on the surface, but the structure of the materials has been completely destroyed. It's been destroyed directly from the structure of everything. The demonic dragon was greatly shocked. There was a trace of pain in his eyes. Although the calabash little King Kong wasn't very intelligent, it was still a demon beast after all. Moreover, it had been through life and death with them for so long. It was a bit hard for him to accept that it had died just like that. He said in a deep voice, "Is there any hope of saving him?" A sad look flashed across Xiao's face as he said, "I can reforge its body, but what about its soul?" "This is the boundary stone," the demon dragon said. "You control the rules of everything here. Even if you die, your soul will still be in this world, right?" Xiao frowned slightly and said, "I'll try." He also felt a little guilty for letting the calabash little King Kong take such an inexplicable risk. His face turned serious, and he made a hand seal with one hand. He began to operate the Great Realm Divine technique silently and searched the soul of the entire Divine Realm tablet. A single thought could travel thousands of miles, and a single thought could last hundreds of years. The time and space of the entire world were under his perception. Even Duanyu, who was picking his nose, and the power of thunder flowing in Dark Thunder's body were all under his perception. But Yunxiao's face was getting uglier and uglier. What's wrong? Don't tell me you can't sense it. The demonic dragon was shocked. Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes, which turned into blood moons as he looked into the dead calabash little King Kong's body. A complete body began to be magnified and disassembled in his eyes, and all kinds of subtle conditions were examined one by one. Thank you for your tips, everyone. I'm really in fear and trepidation. The original subscription is the result of my hard work, but the tips are an extra reward from the fruits, which makes me feel uneasy. Today was just Monday, and he had received nearly 20 gifts. This made Tai anxious, afraid that he would be unworthy of everyone's love if he did not write well. A moment later, Yunxiao retracted his gaze and slowly closed his eyes. Clearly, he had consumed a lot of soul power. After a while, his soul power had recovered to its peak. He opened his eyes and said, although the colorful ice completely destroyed his body, it formed a beautiful ice flower and trapped the soul of the gored little King Kong in his heart. It has not died yet. That means there's still hope? The demonic dragon was overjoyed. In theory, yes, Yunxiao said in a deep voice. But how are you going to break the ice flower and release your soul? Its most important part, its heart, is also well preserved, but it's completely still, as if time has stopped. At least this is a blessing in disguise, the demon dragon sighed. There's always a way to survive. It's a mystery, Yunxiao said. Moreover, the structure of all living things in this body has been directly destroyed. I don't know if the calabash little King Kong can recover with its healing properties. Unless it can step into the 9th step of the Great Emperor Realm and activate the power of laws, it can't possibly repair itself. We don't know if Xiao Hong is dead or alive. How am I supposed to explain this to Hanxian, now that the Agarine has undergone such a great change? I wonder what kind of expression Kiyue will have when she finds out. After he finished speaking, he left the Divine Realm tablet and returned to the secret room. It was dawn, and Yunxiao walked out of the secret chamber. The matter of the Chamber of Commerce was not yet settled, and there would inevitably be a series of backlash and resistance. He planned to leave Haitian Town after everything was settled and make a trip to the Sea of Soul Formation before the opening of the world. Young master, you've come out. A maidservant was waiting outside the door. When she saw Yunxiao come out, she immediately sent a talisman to the jade pendant in her hand and sent out the message. Soon, Hanxian, Jiang Chenrong, and the others arrived in the blink of an eye. The desolation on their faces had long since disappeared. They smiled and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time, young Master Yun. Yunxiao nodded and said, I'll go to the City Lord Mansion with Hanxian, and those Chamber of Commerces might gather to counterattack. Hanxian looked at the secret room in surprise and said, Where's Little Red? An embarrassed look appeared on Yunxiao's face. This was a question that could not be avoided. Fortunately, he had already thought of how to answer it. She's in a very strange state now. Although she seems to have disappeared, she's actually still here. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Jiang Chenrong revealed a worried expression and said, Is she safe now? Yunxiao was silent for a moment, but he still told the truth. I don't know. This buy-in. Jiang Chenrong hurried into the secret room, but there was no one there. Her face turned pale. She was the one who had brought Xiao Hong back. Although Xiao Hong was a little clumsy, she was innocent and cute. She treated Jiang Chenrong like her own little sister. Now, it seemed that Xiao Hong was not in good shape. Even though she knew Yunxiao's identity, Jiang Chenrong still could not help but burn with anger. May I ask young Master Yun what's wrong with Xiao Hong? How could she provoke you to personally investigate her? Now, we don't know if she's dead or alive. I'm sorry, Yunxiao said with an ashamed look on his face. It's my negligence, but I'll do my best to bring that little girl back. Jiang Chenrong was stunned for a moment, then fell silent. She had always been concerned about Yunxiao, which was why she had contradicted him. She would not have dared to do that under normal circumstances, but she did not expect him to apologize to her, which made her a little bewildered. In the realm of heavenly martial arts, it was said that those super experts could easily slaughter cities and exterminate families. Every time they made a move, it was easy to kill thousands of mortals. It was not an exaggeration to say that mortals were like ants and grass. Although Xiao Hong was adopted by her, she was just an ordinary little girl. Her clumsy intelligence might not even be considered ordinary. Even if hundreds of millions of such mortals died, it would not make a super expert frown at all. But at this moment it made Yunxiao feel very guilty and even apologized in a low voice, which made Jiang Qianrong feel a little uneasy. Han Xian said, "Since things have come to this, there's no use blaming. Besides, I believe that young Master Yun didn't do it on purpose, and I'm sure he'll do his best to save you." Although she did not know the inside story, she believed and obeyed Yunxiao unconditionally. "It's getting late. I'm afraid Liao Yongbing is getting impatient." The carriages of the Purple Cloud Trade Union were already prepared, and the group of people headed towards the city lord's mansion. There were few pedestrians on the road, and many shops were half closed. From time to time, people peeked at the vehicles of the Purple Cloud Trade Union and exchanged information with each other. Naturally, Yunxiao could not hide this from his divine sense. But there were no experts in the entire Haitian town, so he did not need to be afraid of anything. Even if the merchant union did send experts, they would not be able to do anything to him unless they were high-level martial sovereigns. The crowd soon arrived at the city lord's mansion. There were many carriages parked outside. It seemed that the Chamber of Commerce had arrived long ago. "Don't worry, everyone. Now that I know everything, I will not allow the Purple Cloud Trade Association to mess around. Although I am not from the Merchant Union, I am the Lord of Haitian Town. I will not allow anything to disrupt the normal trade of Haitian Town." In the city lord's mansion, on the main seat, Liao Yongbing snorted coldly. "I can't tolerate people scheming against each other. This time, even Master Sidun died an innocent death. Although Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce has done something wrong, it shouldn't be removed from the list." "That's right. The Purple Cloud Trade Association is the main culprit." An old man was lying on his back in a wheelchair, complaining angrily. He was the president of the Money Chamber of Commerce, who had been sent flying by Yunxiao with a palm strike. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be seriously injured. The president of Tianyuan Trading Company, Zhu Enren, sneered. "I also feel that the Purple Cloud Trade Union's matter is slightly inappropriate. But we all know who the main culprit is. Humph, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce has been completely removed from Haitian Town. Who would believe that you can talk nonsense about all causes and effects?" The president of the Money Chamber of Commerce snorted coldly, as if he could not wait for the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce to die. "Yeah, who would believe that? We don't believe it," the crowd clamored. Although they had seen it with their own eyes the day before, the Purple Cloud Trade Union had already provoked public anger. Everyone had a tacit understanding to fight against it. Zhu Enren's face was full of worry. He knew that the Purple Cloud Trade Union had gone too far this time. Yesterday, he had personally come to communicate with Han Xian, but she had turned a deaf ear to him. If he was not careful now, he might invite a disaster. A young man sitting on the first seat smiled and said, "However, I heard that the powerhouse of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce could defeat 3 famous martial sovereigns at the same time. This is a little tricky. As far as I know, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce has never had such a strong powerhouse. I don't know about this person's background and strength. Have you found out anything?" "Haha, what famous martial sovereign? Young Master Lifeng, don't be misled." Liao Yongbing laughed. Although the 3 of them were martial sovereigns a long time ago, they've made little progress in the past few decades of cultivation. I've been paying close attention to them. They're just 3 2-stars martial sovereigns with extremely poor aptitudes. As for their combat strength, it's greatly reduced. Originally, I wanted to bring the 3 of them in today's matter, but I didn't expect their strength to be so weak. It seems there's no need for that. The young man was none other than Biming Lifeng. He furrowed his brows slightly and said, "How is it possible for a young man to defeat 3 two-star martial sovereigns with one move? I know most of the outstanding people in the younger generation, but I've never heard of such an expert. Could he be a disciple of a hidden family?" Liao Yongbing laughed and said, "Young Master Wind, you're overthinking. How can he be a teenager? He must have a technique to maintain his youthful appearance or a magic treasure on him to be able to show his youthful appearance." From everyone's discussion, this person was at most a 3-star martial sovereign. If he understands the situation, we can consider roping him in. What is the matter that the city lord has been talking about when he summoned everyone here? Zhu Enren asked. Everyone also looked over. Although Liao Yongbing was the lord of Haitian Town, he rarely spoke to the Chamber of Commerce. As long as the Chamber of Commerce paid the protection fee every month, they would not see him once a year. "It's great news," Liao Yongbing said with a smile. "However, let's take things one step at a time. Let's settle the Purple Cloud Trade Union first." Liao Yongbing smiled but didn't say anything, but he felt very comfortable inside. The Purple Cloud Trade Union had done him a great favor by causing trouble at this time. Strictly speaking, he had something to ask the Chamber of Commerce for help, and now he had a huge favor in front of him. As long as he settled the matter with the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce, the people of the Merchant Union would feel embarrassed to not help him. "The Purple Cloud Trade Union is here," someone suddenly shouted, and the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became solemn. Everyone's eyes were wide with anger, and a sharp killing intent was released from their bodies. They were ready to meet the enemy in an aggressive manner. Yunxiao and the others could feel the solemn atmosphere even when they were outside. "Be careful, everyone," Elder Wu said in a deep voice. "I'm afraid that this meeting won't be simple." Yunxiao did not take it seriously. As he walked in, he laughed loudly and said, "There are many bastards in Qiqian, but no matter how many there are, they are still just bastards." A clear voice entered everyone's ears, and their faces turned green with anger. Each of them cursed angrily. Liao Yongbing's face changed drastically, and his eyes turned cold. He had the intention to recruit them, but now his eyes were full of killing intent and anger. Biming Lifeng's heart trembled violently. That familiar voice, that familiar arrogance. When he raised his head, he suddenly saw a familiar face that he wanted to step on. He exclaimed in shock, "Li Yunxiao!" These 3 words seemed to have some kind of magical power, instantly intimidating all the killing intent in the area. All the low growling and cursing stopped, and it became silent. Isn't this the head of the 4 greats of the western regions, Biming Lifeng? Yunxiao was also surprised when he saw Biming Lifeng. What did young Master Lifeng call this person just now? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Is he shouting Lu Yunxiao or Li Yexiao? Li Yunxiao? The number 1 rising star. The one who was praised by the city lord of Red Moon City as the future number 1 in the realm of heavenly martial arts? Oh my god! He's Li Yunxiao. Everyone was shocked, and their faces turned pale. Even the people from the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce, except Jiang Qinrong, including Elder Wu, were stunned. So far, there have been 32 gifts today. This Wanwan, she scared me to death. Tai still said the same thing. Everyone, just save your book coins for your subscription. I'm really in fear and trepidation for rewarding you. I don't know how to repay you. And the monthly votes actually increased by nearly 100 in a day. It really scared me. It had only been a few days since he opened up the channel, and he had rushed from the hundreds of places in the monthly rankings to the 19th place. The president's face instantly turned as dark as a pig's liver, and his body began to tremble. The demonic young man was the world-famous Li Yunxiao. Liao Yongbing was also stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He turned to look at Biming Lifeng and saw the shock and bitterness on his face. He immediately confirmed the identity of the person in front of him, and he was a little stunned. It seemed that all the countermeasures he had thought of earlier were useless. Biming Lifeng smiled bitterly and said, "What a small world. Brother Yunxiao, aren't you still recuperating in the Red Moon City? Why did you come to Haitian Town?" Xiao snorted and said with a cold smile, "I've already told you that I have no friendship with your Biming family, and sooner or later, there will be enmity between us. Please don't try to get close to me." He didn't hold back at all in rebuking Biming Lifeng's words, immediately causing everyone to feel dizzy. It had always been others who tried to get close to the Biming family. When had the Biming family ever tried to get close to others? However, as the number one person, he had the right to say such words. It was just that he was too arrogant. Biming Lifeng was also puzzled. This Xiao had disliked him since the first time they met, as if he had a natural hatred for Biming Dark Palace. "I heard that young Master Xiao's Dantian was accidentally destroyed in the battle with the Sea Tribe's king, and his martial arts foundation was completely destroyed. Why didn't you try to make up for it? Instead, you came to this seaside city. Could it be that you can't make up for it, so you're here to relax?" "What? Destroying the Dantian and ruining the foundation of martial arts?" Everyone was also shocked. Although some people had heard similar rumors, they didn't take it to heart at all. Most of the rumors were false. But now that it had come from Biming Lifeng's mouth, it was a completely different matter. It was much more reliable. "Ah!" Xianxia also cried out in surprise and covered her mouth with her hand. Her face turned pale instantly, and she felt an invisible force pressing on her chest. She swayed a little, and even her breathing was difficult. She did not dare and did not want to believe it, so she raised her trembling eyes and looked at Xiao. Biming Lifeng's eyes were filled with gloating as he chuckled. "You must be the president of the Purple Cloud Trade Union. I thought you had found a strong backer, but you turned out to be a half-disabled person, right?" Xiao turned his eyes and saw a look of relief in the shocked eyes of the people in the hall. He smiled coldly and said, "Young Master Lifeng is right. My Dantian is damaged, and my martial arts foundation is destroyed. That's why I'm injured." His voice suddenly turned cold, like the cold wind from the 9 netherworlds. He said coldly, "That's why I'm so desperate now. I'll kill the entire family of anyone I don't like." Just as everyone let out a breath of relief, they were immediately shocked by these words filled with killing intent. Their hearts were all beating violently, and their faces were pale. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, thinking that they had indeed met a madman. He was the number one rising star with unparalleled talent in the world. No one could stand the fact that his martial arts foundation had been destroyed and his cultivation base could no longer be improved. It was normal for him to do a series of crazy things. Whoever dared to touch his eyebrows again would be courting death. At the thought of this, everyone lowered their heads, and no one dared to meet his gaze. The president of the Gold and Money Chamber of Commerce was trembling nonstop. He buried his head in his collar and didn't dare to stick it out. Biming Lifeng stared blankly for a moment. He was also shocked by the killing intent on this man's body. But when he realized that this man's strength would remain the same for the rest of his life, there was nothing to be afraid of. He couldn't help but sneer. "Young Master Xiao, you're so impressive. You're still so domineering even when your future is completely ruined." TSK, I'm impressed." "Humph." Xiao snorted as he took a step forward and said in a cold voice, "I'm sure I'll be happy to have Biming Dark Palace's most promising junior as my scapegoat." The aura on his body condensed and turned into a strong wind that directly broke through. Biming Lifeng was shocked. He knew how strong Xiao was, and he could not resist him at all. So he hurriedly retreated. At this moment, the 2 guards of Biming Dark Palace who had come with him suddenly shouted and took a step forward. Their Emperor Qi surged out of their bodies and blocked Xiao's aura. The force shook the entire hall, and a buzzing sound rang out. The faces of the presidents of the Chambers of Commerce turned pale, and their qi and blood were in turmoil. "Li Xiao," one of them said coldly, "we respect you as a hero who has brought honor to our race in Red Moon City. But to put it bluntly, you're just mediocre. If you dare to disrespect young master, even a hero will have to kneel down." Both of them were 4-star martial sovereigns, and they had witnessed the battle in Red Moon City. But they knew that Xiao's peak combat strength was at most on par with theirs, not to mention that his Dantian was damaged. which could not be healed so easily. Moreover, there were two of them, so they naturally had nothing to fear. Xianxia was not afraid of anything. With the strength of the two men, Mo Xiaochuan alone was enough to deal with them. Even if Liao Yongbing were to interfere, he was confident that he would be able to suppress him. Both sides had a fearless look on their faces, unwilling to back down. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became unusually tense and oppressive. The presidents of the chambers of commerce were all terrified, afraid that these people would fight and they would be the fish in the pond. Liao Yongbing suddenly thought of something, and a smile appeared on his face. He suddenly laughed and said, "Ha! Both of you are rare heroes in the world. It's my great fortune to be able to see it today. I've called everyone here today because I have something I need your help with. Please don't hurt our relationship. Since City Lord Liao has spoken, we have to give him some face," the guard said coldly. "However, if anyone dares to speak without thinking, don't blame us for crushing the younger generation." The two guards had cold and arrogant looks on their faces as they retreated. Only then did Baiming Lifeng dare to step forward again. Xiao waved his hand and said, "Let's put this matter aside for the time being. I also want to hear what the city lord has to say." But he pointed at the guard and said coldly, "Don't leave. I'm going to hit you." This Kasaya, everyone's face was filled with black lines, feeling a burst of madness. How was this a conversation between experts? This was simply a local ruffian. The guard was also stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, good. I'll meet this junior of yours later, the so-called number 1 rising star." His eyes flashed with a cold light and killing intent. Liao Yongbing was also sweating profusely, and he shook his head slightly, thinking that Xianxia had probably given up on himself because his dantian had really been destroyed. Even Han Xian began to have the same thought, and her heart ached. She suddenly remembered that Xianxia had come to Haitian Town for the moon pearl of the Eastern Sea. Could it be that the pearl could cure the injury in his dantian? When he thought of this, he felt a little better in his heart. When he returned, he would pass down the order that the search for the bead was the top priority. But who could know what Xianxia was thinking at the moment? As his strength gradually approached that of a martial sovereign, his desire to recover his strength became stronger and stronger, and the attitude of a peak expert was gradually revealed. He pursued the pleasure of an eagle soaring in the sky and a fish soaring in the shallow bottom. These people in front of him were just ants passing by. In addition, he had always had a grudge against Baiming Dark Palace, so his attitude was naturally not good. Liao Yongbing let out a sigh of relief and glanced around the hall. He had forgotten all the methods he had prepared to deal with the Purple Cloud Trade Union. "I've summoned all of you here to discuss something with you. All of you can be considered as the elders of Haitian Town. Have you heard of the royal family of the East Sea?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. Could it be that today's incident was related to the royal family of the East Sea? Xiao's expression was stern. He was no stranger to the East Sea, and no one present knew it better than him. He had killed many people from the royal family of the East Sea. Liao Yongbing looked at Xiao and said, "Young Master Xiao, you've just fought with the royal family of the North Sea, so you should know that they are extraordinary. Compared to us humans, the sea race has too much of an advantage in talent and resources. It's not easy for young Master Xiao to defeat the North Sea's royal family at such a young age." His tone was filled with sincere admiration as he continued, "The heavenly martial arts realm has been changing for countless years, and the resources available for cultivation on the continent have been getting fewer and fewer. Even the smallest spiritual mountains and treasured lands have been fought for. Over the years, the places with the least change have been the 4 seas, which also contain amazing cultivation resources. Everyone here should know about this." "Indeed," Juinren said. "I've been in Haitian Town for more than 50 years, and I'm very shocked by the resources near the East Sea. God knows what it's like to be in the deeper parts of the sea. However, the sea race's people are powerful. Lord Liao, you're not thinking of snatching the Eastern Sea's resources, are you?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. Snatching Eastern Sea's resources was asking for death. Liao Yongbing was also shocked and laughed. Haha, President Jew. Don't joke around. I'm not tired of living. It's fine to sneakily get some, but snatch is too scary. Due to the sea race's rich resources, many human experts have fled overseas, either establishing their own sects or cultivating on their own to compete with the sea race for resources. All the sects that had survived were extremely powerful. This Liao also has an old friend who lives alone on a deserted island full of spiritual qi, cultivating with great concentration year after year. This good friend is also a guardian of Baiming Dark Palace, and his name is Baiming Tianlu. Everyone listened in silence, knowing that what was to be said next would definitely be related to Baiming Tianlu. As expected, Liao Yongbing sighed. Brother Tianlu has been overseas for several decades, and there has been no news of him. I thought he had already lost his life in the sea. I didn't expect that a message would be sent out not long ago. Liao Yongbing shot out a ray of light, which spread in the air and gradually revealed a real sea map. The picture first showed a huge sea view, and then it slowly moved. Although the light screen looked very slow, everyone knew that the inside changed a little and it was already an extremely far distance. If there were no coordinates such as islands on the sea, no matter how long you flew, you would feel like you were walking in the same place. The sea map that Liao Yongbing showed was moving very fast, so it gave a feeling of moving forward. From time to time, black dots would flash across the island, and they were all islands that could not be seen clearly. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know how this light map was created. Finally, the scene began to slow down. For a moment, time seemed to have stopped moving. In fact, it was only because there was no reference that it seemed to be still. A tiny black dot began to appear in front of everyone, and then it began to enlarge slowly. It was as if they were looking down from the sky, gradually revealing the true appearance of the island. Xianxia was surprised. As the black dot gradually expanded, it turned out to be a row of islands. They were not isolated islands, but were connected together, at least 1,000 nautical miles wide. The island was overflowing with spiritual energy, creating a white mist. At a glance, one could tell that it was a wonderful spiritual mountain and treasured land. I didn't expect Uncle Tianlu to have such good luck, Baiming Lifeng exclaimed. To be able to find such a wonderful place in the vast eastern sea. Liao Yongbing also said enviously, the resources in the four seas are too rich. Even if we squeeze out a little, it'll be hard for us humans to resist. The island that Brother Tianlu has arrived on is merely one of the hundreds of millions of islands in the four seas. However, from the looks of it, the spiritual energy here seems to be even denser than that of the 7 great sections. He gave Xianxia a look and said, I'm afraid only Yanwu, which has a new look, can compare to it. Xianxia snorted and said indifferently, Oh? Did you go to Yanwu City, Lord Liao? Liao Yongbing laughed and said, Haha, I'm already a pile of bones. I'll just live my life in Haitian Town. I don't want to go anywhere. I've heard too much about the famous city of Yanwu from the presidents of the Chamber of Commerce. Xianxia smiled faintly, but his heart was on alert. He had been away from Yanwu for a year, and he wondered how his friends were doing. Moreover, Yanwu's spiritual energy seemed to have caught the attention of many people. Although these forces did not dare to do anything openly with the Holy Iron Token, it was hard to guarantee that they would not play some dirty tricks in the dark. However, with his current strength, it was unrealistic for him to completely control Yanwu and not allow anyone to touch it. Only by breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm as soon as possible could Yanwu be regarded as an iron plate. Right now, it was just a fat piece of meat, and no one knew how long the binding power of the Holy Iron Token could last. Baiming Lifeng's eyes also flickered. No one knew what he was thinking, but everyone's eyes returned to the seascape. The island's scenery was gradually revealed. Under the rays of the sun, the island's spiritual qi rose in spirals, and there was a faint glow of sunglow. It was a sign of immortals. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. The faint light seemed to be refracted by the sun, but he felt that it was more like a kind of a ray. Liao Yongbing didn't say anything, so he kept silent and continued to watch. The island was filled with mountains and forests, and all kinds of strange trees, flowers, and plants that had never been seen on the continent bloomed in bright purple and red colors. There were also some small animals of strange shapes and sizes. However, the scenery quickly turned from the island to the surface of the sea. The sea water was clear for dozens of meters, and only after a few hundred meters did it slowly turn dark green. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, it finally dove deep into the sea. The seabed map was a little blurry, but it was still visible. Some buildings could be seen faintly in front of him. Everyone's eyes were wide open. The scene just now had sunk for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. By calculation, it had sunk at least 10,000 meters. If there was a building in such a place, it was definitely not simple. The scenery began to move forward slowly, and the things in front of them gradually became clear. It was actually a group of abandoned buildings from a long time ago. There were actually many buildings like this in the deep sea. Because there were too many sea tribes in the four seas, they died out quickly, and often left behind a large number of buildings. However, the ruins in front of him were not simple. There was a real dragon engraved on a broken stone door. The royal family of the Eastern Sea. Xianxia was shocked. The royal clans of the four seas were all descendants of the true dragon, and only they were qualified to use the pattern of the true dragon as a totem. Once any other race used this pattern, it would be a disaster. The scene continued to move forward, and the trash became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, the whole scene stopped, as if an invisible force had spread out, making it difficult to move forward even an inch. Gradually, the sea map turned pitch black, and the entire water curtain broke apart, turning into fluorescent light and disappearing. Only then did everyone return to their senses. Each and every one of them revealed a thoughtful expression, as if they were reminiscing the process. This is one of the two messages that Brother Tianlu sent back, Liao Yongbing said. The other message is written in words, but it involves some secrets, so it can't be fully revealed to everyone. We've already seen the scenic sea map, Yunxiao said. City Lord Liao, you should have invited us by now, right? Of course. Liao Yongbing laughed. Brother Tianlu has explained the situation of these ruins in detail in another set of information. It's very likely to be the Palace of the Eastern Sea. What? Donghai Palace? Everyone was shocked. As the name suggested, the palace was the territory of the royal family of Donghai. Its status was equivalent to the 7 superpowers of the human race. How could it be reduced to ruins? Yunxiao frowned as well. He found it unbelievable, but he did not completely deny it. The palace of Donghai is not in the sea area, but the true dragon totem that appeared just now could only be used by the royal family. Maybe it's a branch of the royal family. It's indeed possible, but Brother Tianlu seems to be very certain about it in his message, Liao Yongbing said with a smile. He sent out these 2 messages to ask for help because he encountered some trouble in the ruins and was trapped in a restriction. So, the purpose of City Lord Liao's summoning us here is to go out to sea to save someone? Yunxiao said indifferently. Aren't there experts from the Biming family here? What use do we have? Everyone nodded. For the first time, they felt that Yunxiao's words were so pleasant to hear. The scene showed that the sea area was already deep in the East Sea. It was a problem whether an ordinary martial artist could reach that far safely. Moreover, without a coordinate pointer, it would be difficult to find it even if one's strength was extremely high. The most important thing was, who knew Biming Tianlu? Why should he take the risk to save her? Hee. There's strength in numbers. Liao Yongbing's eyes were filled with a cold smile. Also, of course, I won't let you guys do it for free. Brother Tianlu mentioned in his message that this was the ruins of the palace of Donghai from a long time ago. Not only was the formation that had been running for countless years preserved, but there was also a huge amount of treasure buried inside. If everything went smoothly, then everything would be distributed according to merit. Everyone here is a merchant, and this is also a business deal. It's up to everyone to decide whether to do it or not. This matter is too mysterious. There's no trace of it at all. How do we do it? It is. What palace ruins? That's too much of a load of bullshit. It's possible that those reckless races created their own true dragon totems, which led to the extinction of their race. Yes, even if there is a palace site, how could the royal family of Donghai not know? That treasure or whatever is just bait. Hee, it must be that Baiming Tianlu is trapped inside and can't come out. Thus, he made up a story to let people take the risk for nothing. Everyone had a disdainful and cold look, clearly not interested in this matter at all. Liao Yongbing looked at the crowd coldly and found that Yunxiao was unexpectedly quiet. He sat there without saying a word, as if he was thinking about something. What do you think, young Master Yunxiao? Yunxiao did not say anything because he knew more about the East Ocean than most people. The current Donghai Palace had indeed migrated here. Even if the ruins were not what the former Donghai Palace had left behind, they were at least important figures in the royal family. This was because the true dragon totem could only be used by the orthodox royal families of the four seas, and it symbolized the supreme power and faith of the sea race. Even the branch of the royal family could only use the ancestral totem, which was the son of the true dragon. In a place like the sea race, where hierarchy was extremely strict, no race would be stupid enough to get a true dragon totem. That kind of pressure that was immersed in the bloodline was simply difficult to overcome. The broken gate in the scene map was indeed similar to the current Donghai Palace. I have too little information, Yunxiao said. I don't have any opinions. If City Lord Liao can show everyone the complete text of Baiming Tianlu, I believe that it will be extremely convincing. Yes, everyone also echoed. There are many secrets in that written message, Baiming Lifeng said leisurely. It's not convenient to disclose them for the time being. However, if anyone is willing to join us, we will naturally announce it to everyone. That's a joke? Yunxiao laughed. It's like buying something. You can only state the price after you've confirmed your purchase. Your Baiming family's business is really good. A cold light flashed in Baiming Lifeng's eyes as he snorted. Li Yunxiao, you don't have to be so sarcastic. If you're participating, I'll naturally welcome you. If you're not, then you can shut up. As for the reward, other than the reward that City Lord Liao mentioned earlier, the Baiming family will also give you another reward. All the martial supremes who join will be given a 9th-tier profound level weapon. As for Wu Zun, he will get an 8th-tier profound armament and 3 8th-tier medicinal pills that can increase cultivation. What? A 9th-tier profound armament? Everyone was shocked. A 9th-tier profound armament was not something that could be found on the ground. How many martial supreme powerhouses could not get their hands on it in their entire lives? Today, there were more than 100 votes and nearly 50 gifts to Wanwan. Tai did not say anything else. Thank you, everyone. He was currently ranked 14th on the monthly votes list. It was a little late to open up the channels. If he had started calling out for votes at the beginning of the month, he would have been in the top 10 long ago. In 2 days' time, the hope of entering the top 10 was not big. Liao Yongbing's face twitched, as if he was shocked by the reward. Yunxiao was even more certain that the ruins were the old site of Donghai Palace, and Baiming Lifeng must have some information, which was why he dared to make such a heavy promise. Young Master Wind, do you dare to take up the responsibility? Someone couldn't help but ask. Baiming Lifeng laughed contemptuously. They're just some 9th-tier mystic artifacts. I'm fully in charge of the Baiming Dark Palace's affairs in the East Sea this time, so I can mobilize a lot of resources. Since I dare to say it, I'm naturally confident. Everyone fell into deep thought. No one had any thoughts about going out to sea before such conditions were proposed. However, the amazing reward and the possibility of finding the treasure were all hot-blooded just thinking about it. Moreover, Baiming Lifeng had also said that he would be fully responsible for this matter on behalf of Baiming Dark Palace, which proved that Baiming Dark Palace also attached great importance to this trip. However, they had sent a junior to train this person. As the leader of the 4 prodigies of the North region, he would definitely be the new palace master of Baiming Dark Palace in the future. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding the younger generation was, it was impossible for them to have the right to promise so many 9th-tier profound armaments. This was already a large sum of money from a grandmaster. Ju Enren asked, with Baiming Dark Palace's strength, can't they send people? It shouldn't be a problem to gather dozens of martial supremes, right? Baiming Lifeng glanced at Liao Yongbing, and a dark look flashed across the latter's eyes. Biming Lifeng smiled coldly and said, "When City Lord Liao received Uncle Tianlu's message, he tried to break the seal on it himself. As a result, the text message was greatly damaged. Although the Biming family repaired it, some of the content is still unclear. Thus, the mystical palace did not pay much attention to this matter. According to my speculation, the family most likely underestimated the message that Uncle Tianlu brought back, and they really did not have enough manpower. That's why I made the decision to recruit people. But don't worry, I still have a lot of say in the distribution of Biming Dark Palace's resources, so don't worry that I won't be able to fulfill my promise." A trace of anger flashed in Liao Yongbing's eyes, but she still smiled and said, "There was indeed a restriction in the text message Brother Tianlu sent back, but this Liao was worried about Brother Tianlu's safety, so I urgently wanted to break it first and think of a way to save him. Who would have thought that my good intentions would end up in such a bad situation?" Alas, the people present were not fools. They all knew the reason, but they all pretended to be regretful and sighed. City Lord Liao is indeed righteous, but there aren't many experts in Haitian Town, so I'm afraid it'll be difficult to gather a group of people, Zhu Enren added. I heard that the Eastern Region Fairyland is about to open. At that time, there will be a gathering of strong people in the world. If a 9th-tier profound artifact is used as a reward, it will definitely attract a large number of people. Biming Lifeng's eyes flashed with worry as he said, "I'm afraid that the opening of the ancient times will attract a mix of good and bad people. Also, it's not appropriate for too many people to know about the ruins of Donghai Palace before we explore it. Everyone can help spread the news, but it's best not to make it too public." I see. Young Master Leifeng's worries are very true. Zhu Enren nodded and said, "Do you have the coordinates of the sea area where Biming Tianlu is located?" Yunxiao suddenly asked. "How do we go there?" Biming Lifeng glanced at him and snorted. "What's wrong?" Young Master Yunxiao was also tempted. With young Master Yunxiao's strength, you naturally can't treat him as a martial honor. The reward should be a 9th-tier profound armament, but I remember that young Master doesn't seem to lack 9th-tier profound armaments, right? Everyone in the world knew that Yunxiao had so many 9th-tier mystic artifacts that even the 7 sect masters might not have as many as him. Is it any of your business whether I lack 9th-tier mystic artifacts or not? Yunxiao said coldly. Now it's you, Dark North Lifeng, who's looking for talents. Are you not allowed to ask questions? Biming Lifeng's chest felt like it was being suffocated. But when he thought about how he was in charge of this matter alone, and how it was the clan's first test of his abilities, he knew that he had to produce amazing results to establish his position as the future palace master. It really wasn't good for him to make too many enemies, so he suppressed his anger and said, "I know the general location of the sea, but I don't have the precise coordinates. Could it be that the information Sir Biming Tianlu sent back didn't have the precise coordinates? In this vast ocean, I'm afraid we might not be able to find it even after decades or even centuries." Someone couldn't help but ask. "The precise coordinates have also been accidentally damaged by City Lord Liao," Biming Lifeng said. "However, we know the general location. There's no way we'll make a mistake. I estimate that the trip will take 3 months at least, and a year at most." The man revealed a thoughtful expression and said, "Young Master Lifeng, you're too optimistic, aren't you? Based on what we saw on the map just now, we don't know how many tens of thousands of miles of ocean roads there are. If we don't have a teleportation formation, I'm afraid we won't be able to get there even after several years." Everyone had the same opinion, and they all nodded. They had been on the coast of the East Sea for a long time, and their understanding of the East Sea was probably better than anyone else in the realm of heavenly martial arts. This was also the reason why Biming Lifeng agreed with Liao Yongbing's point of view and came to negotiate with these people. If we were to fly normally, it would naturally take several years or even longer. Biming Lifeng chuckled. However, for this operation, I will request a 9th-grade battleship from my family, the Wicked, Sinister Battleship. With the speed of the Wicked, Sinister Battleship, even if it were to cross the entire Eastern Sea, it would take a year. Everyone gasped in shock, and even Yunxiao's face changed slightly. It seemed that Biming Dark Palace had indeed raised Biming Lifeng as the future palace master. A 9th-grade battleship was a top-grade flying mystic weapon that only the 7 super forces and the 2 Holy Lands possessed. The cost of its construction was immeasurable and its power was also shocking. In a battle between large sects, it was almost a fatal existence. Other than the 7 superpowers themselves, if any sect was attacked by a 9th-grade battleship from above, the entire sect would definitely be reduced to ruins. Not to mention the casualties, at least all the spirit chi would be scattered, and the sect would no longer be able to stand. To become a superpower, the most basic requirement was to have the power to resist a grade 9 warship. It seemed that Biming Lifeng had made up his mind. He had to establish the prestige and aura of a future overlord. Looking at the silence and shock in the crowd, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. With a 9th-grade warship and the general coordinates, Xianxia said, "It won't take too long, but there is only half a month left until the opening of the Eastern Region Fairyland. I wonder when we will go out to sea. The opening of the Immortal Land is extremely rare," Dark North Lifeng said. "We naturally can't miss it. According to previous information, the opening time of the Immortal Land is generally about 3 months, and the matter of the Donghai Palace is not urgent. We can set it as a month after the Immortal Land closes." Liao Yongbing also nodded slightly and said, "That's good. Then we have a lot of time to prepare. I don't want to miss the Eastern Region Fairyland. In addition, young Master Lifeng and I have reached a consensus after discussing. The minimum cultivation level of the participants must be at the 7 constellations realm Martial Emperor realm. Those who are below the 7 constellations realm should not embarrass themselves." The people of the Chamber of Commerce nodded. There were at least 3 to 4 months left, so they could report to their superiors and start preparing. It was also very reasonable for him to set up his cultivation base at the Martial Emperor realm. The discussion was almost over, and everyone began to leave. As for the Purple Cloud Trade Union, no one dared to mention it again. They could only report it to the higher-ups and let them think of a way. As for the grudge between Xianxia and the guard, it was a mess. The guard's face was cold, and he didn't hide the provocative look in his eyes. It was as if he was saying, "Hit me! Hit me!" There seemed to be some anticipation in Biming Lifeng's eyes as well. He wanted to know how much strength Xianxia still had after his dantian was damaged. But unfortunately, Xianxia did not seem to want to fight. "I'll beat you up later. Don't worry, I won't forget." After saying that, Xianxia left with the people of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. At first, he thought that he wouldn't have anything to do with Biming Lifeng and that if they really fought, then so be it. But now that the ruins of the palace were extremely attractive to him, it wasn't the time to completely fall out with Biming Dark Palace. Besides, the longer he kept the matter of his dantian a secret, the better. "Humph, you're just a coward. This person is no longer a threat to young master," the guard said coldly. Biming Lifeng watched Xianxia's back disappear before his eyes, and then he said indifferently, "His dantian was destroyed, but he's already very strong. In the beginning, he might have given up on himself, but when he heard that there was a secret treasure of the Eastern Sea's royal family, he might have had a glimmer of hope, so he endured it." The guard couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, I've never heard of a way to cure a person whose martial arts foundation has been destroyed. His last glimmer of hope will soon turn into despair." Biming Lifeng also smiled as he nodded lightly. "However, his strength is indeed extraordinary. Even if it's difficult for him to improve his cultivation base, he's at least a mid-stage martial supreme. He'll be a great help to us on this voyage. Especially if he has hope in his heart, that's even better. He'll do his best," the guard said with a fawning expression. "For the sake of young master's grand plan, I'll settle the score with him after I return from the sea. However, the prerequisite is that he has the life to return from the sea. Haha." The 3 men from the Biming family and Liao Yongbing all had a cold smile on their faces, but there was a hint of fierceness in Liao Yongbing's eyes. "Young Master Yun, are you really planning to go out to sea with the Biming family and Liao Yongbing?" In the Purple Cloud Trade Union, Han Xian said worriedly that Liao Yongbing doesn't seem to be a good person, and young Master Yun doesn't seem to be on good terms with the Biming family. It's too dangerous to go there recklessly. Yun Xiao seemed to have been lost in thought, and he said, "There is danger, but it won't come from them. I'm free to plan for this matter. Han Xian, you don't have to worry." He glanced at Zhu Enren, who was beside him, and said, "Mr. President, do you have any news about Ling? Haitian Town is located in a remote area. Although it's not a paradise, I'm just a small president. I don't have the right to know President Ding's whereabouts and information. However, as long as I report young Master Yun's situation here, I should be able to get a reply soon. Yes, there's only half a month left before the opening of Planet Tianhuang. I'll stay in Haitian Town and cultivate while I wait for Ling news. Are there any islands with abundant spirit qi nearby?" Yun Xiao asked the two. Han Xuan's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling of jealousy. If it weren't for the fact that she was waiting for Ding Ling news, she would not have been able to keep him here. But at the same time, she was happy for Ding Ling and secretly blamed herself for being so womanly. Besides, young Master Yun was Ding Ling so why should she be jealous? But the more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. Zhu Enren thought for a while, then said with a bitter smile, "Young Master Yun, there aren't any islands with abundant spiritual qi within 1,000 miles. Otherwise, Biming Tianlu wouldn't have needed to run away. If you only want to cultivate for half a month, Tianyuan Trading Company can provide enough supreme-grade primordial stones to build a secret cultivation room for young Master Yun's use." Yun Xiao was about to thank her when Han Xian hurriedly said, "The Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce can also build such a secret chamber. There's no need to trouble President Zhu." Zhu Enren could also see the friendship between Han Xian and Yun Xiao, but he did not know what Yun Xiao's attitude toward her was. But this was not something he was qualified to care about. He laughed and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Lady Han Xian." After the few of them discussed for a while and understood some things about the East Sea, Zhu Enren took her leave. Han Xian immediately asked Jiang Qianrong to provide all the supreme-grade primordial stones in the Chamber of Commerce and exchange them with the nearby Chambers of Commerce to support Yun Xiao's cultivation for half a month. After confirming that the person behind the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce was Yun Xiao, the new power structure of the Chamber of Commerce in Haitian Town was unstoppable. Only if Yun Xiao suddenly died one day would it be possible to cause a change in the structure. The presidents of the Chambers of Commerce were all astute people. They knew that they should take advantage of the situation and look forward. Since there was no way to change the situation, it was imperative to build a good relationship with the Purple Cloud Trade Union. Therefore, many Chambers of Commerce were very generous in offering some supreme-grade primordial stones for exchange, and they were far lower than the market price. Yun Xiao's greatest desire now was to quickly advance to the martial sovereign realm. As long as he could control the Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens with his current trump cards, although he could not dominate the continent yet, he could do whatever he wanted. He set up a small spirit-gathering array, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. In just a moment, he suddenly felt a pressure coming from the sky. The Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens that he longed for was directly turned into a force that shook down, like a meteorite that was about to smash him into pieces. Could they be the guards of the Biming family? After a brief moment of thought, Yun Xiao drew his sword. The coldness of the ice sword froze everything around it, and with a sweep of the sword, it immediately broke the Emperor aura. The secret cultivation room that had just been set up was completely destroyed by the punch and the sword. All the top-grade primordial stones were shattered, and a sea of primordial qi spread throughout the Purple Cloud Trade Union. After the attack, the person's figure flickered in the air and headed towards the sea. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted, and his eyes turned as bright as the moon. Looking at the man's back, he recognized who he was. After a brief thought, he turned into a bolt of lightning and chased after him. The sound of their fight immediately alarmed all the people in the Chamber of Commerce. By the time Han Xian and the others ran out, Yun Xiao was long gone. Jiang Qianrong, on the other hand, felt the yuan qi that filled the sky. It was only then that she realized that the supreme-grade primordial stones that she had prepared for half a day had all gone to waste. She felt a wave of heartache. After Yun Xiao chased for a while, the two of them left Town and went straight into the East Sea. They flew for at least 1,000 miles before the man in front slowly stopped. Yunxiao also came out and stood in the air as he said coldly, "City Lord Liao, this is a very special way of greeting." The man turned around with a smile on his face. It was Liao Yongbing. Yunxiao thought the man would say something, but to his surprise, the man attacked without saying a word. A blue saber beam instantly cut through the space and cut the seawater 1,000 meters below in half. Although Yunxiao had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, it was still very difficult for him to resist the slash of a mid-stage martial emperor head-on. He directly took out the Divine Realm tablet, and the power of the world extended in the air, crazily devouring the saber chi that filled the sky and flying toward the saber light. Boom! With just one blow, the Divine Realm tablet lost all its light and was sent flying back, together with Yunxiao. The sea water was pulled by the aftershock, creating a huge rotating force. A huge current went against the sky and shot straight into the sky. The Divine Realm tablet was connected to Yunxiao's mind, so he was also shaken. His internal organs were damaged to a certain extent, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Holding the brick-like Divine Realm tablet, Yunxiao glared at Liao Yongbing, who was at the other end of the ocean current pillar, his eyes full of anger. Liao Yongbing's strength should be about the same as Mo Xiaochuan's. With his Transcendence Golden Body and Xiaohuang Haolian's help, the chances of killing Liao Yongbing were quite high. While he was hesitating, Liao Yongbing suddenly burst into laughter in the distance and came to Yunxiao's side in a few flashes, a happy look on his face. Yunxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Is it funny? If you can't give me an explanation today, the city lord of Town will have to be replaced." Liao Yongbing naturally didn't believe him, thinking that he was just trying to save face. He laughed and said, "It's not funny. I'm just very happy. Young Master Yun's strength has indeed not disappointed me. I think we can have a good talk now." Yunxiao suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "That slash just now was to have a good talk." "Of course. If Li Yunxiao, who is known as the #1 rising star, can't even take a strike from me," Liao Yongbing said indifferently, "he has an undeserved reputation, and I'll just kill him. Only if you can take one of my attacks will you have the right to talk to me." He could see the anger on Yunxiao's face, so he smiled indifferently and said, "Young man, don't be angry. This was the reality of the world. If one didn't have a certain level of strength, how could they play happily together? I know you still have some tricks up your sleeve, but I'm the same. Only idiots would get angry and fight." Yunxiao was surprised. This Liao Yongbing looked carefree, and he was even tricked into the trap by him during the matter of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, it seemed that he was not a simple person. Perhaps he had taken advantage of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce on the surface, but in fact, he had also helped the other party. This was the first time he realized that he had misjudged someone. He couldn't help but size the other party up a few more times before saying coldly, "I hope City Lord Liao can remember this. Don't get angry with me in the future." Liao Yongbing's eyes narrowed into a line as he laughed. "Haha, of course I won't. I'm already so old. Why would I be angry with you juniors? Young Master Yun, you're indeed not an ordinary person to be able to dispel your anger with a single sentence from me." At this moment, Yunxiao's mind had completely calmed down. He secretly circulated his qi to slowly heal his injuries while waiting to see what the other party would say. If he was not satisfied, he might have to use his trump card and wipe the other party out. Liao Yongbing thought that Yunxiao would sneer at her, but after a while, he found that Yunxiao was silent and just meditating. So, he said with a bitter smile, "Young Master Yun's temperament is indeed extraordinary. I've invited young Master Yun out this time because I have something to discuss with you." He deliberately spoke vaguely, hoping that the other side would answer him. But after waiting for a while, Yunxiao still had no expression on his face, and he did not know if he was listening to him again. This made him, who was used to being a city lord, a little unaccustomed to having a large group of people echo his words every time he spoke. How could he know Yunxiao's thoughts? He wanted to buy as much time as possible to heal his internal injuries. He thought that Xianxia was so calm that he could not help admiring him in his heart. So, he stopped beating around the bush and said directly, I invited young Master Yun out to form an alliance with you to fight against the Biming family together. Oh! Xiao's eyelids twitched, but he continued to regulate his breathing with an expressionless face and did not say another word. Liao Yongbing waited for a while more and felt that this conversation was a little suffocating, as if a big stone had been stuffed into his chest. He was a little angry and said unhappily, Are you interested, young Master Yun? Xiao rolled his eyes and gave him a sidelong glance, then turned back. After that, he simply closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. This Xing Luo Yuing Luo. Liao Yongbing finally pulled a long face and said angrily, Young Master Yun, what do you mean by this? Give me your opinion. He called out to Xiao several times, but the latter remained silent. I'm furious. What the fuck do you mean by that? Liao Yongbing finally went crazy. He condensed his qi and pressed down. Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining like stars, and said in a cold voice, I was injured by City Lord Liao's saber attack just now. I'm currently recuperating, so don't disturb me. You coward! Liao Yongbing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He stomped his feet and said angrily, Could it be that you're so injured that you can't even speak? After Xiao said those words, he seemed to have heard nothing and paid no attention to anything. Liao Yongbing finally broke through the limit of his patience, and with a gloomy face, he struck out with his palm. Xiao slowly opened his eyes and retreated hundreds of meters in an instant. With his hands behind his back, he said coldly, City Lord Liao, what do you mean by this? You want to add injuries to my injuries? Didn't we already make peace and agree to have a good talk? Eft. Liao Yongbing finally spat out a mouthful of blood and roared, You motherfucker! You also know that you need to have a good talk. Fuck! He was still in 12th place on the monthly rankings. Tomorrow was the last day of the month, so the possibility of him entering the 10th place was extremely small. Tai heaved a heavy sigh of relief. The monthly votes list was such a place where pain and happiness coexisted. Xiao sneered as he looked up at the sky and said slowly, City Lord, please don't be angry. Impulsiveness was the devil in this world. If one's mind was clouded by anger, how could they have fun together? I know you still have some tricks up your sleeve, but I'm the same. Only idiots would get angry and fight. Liao Yongbing felt dizzy. Xiao had slightly modified what he said and returned the favor. He found that the other party was really cheap, so cheap that he could not help but want to crush him into a pulp, if he was not of any value to him. Xiao saw that the other party was almost done with his anger, and that his chest would explode if he continued. So he said, I've almost fully recovered from my injuries. Is there anything I can help you with, City Lord Liao? Eft. Liao Yongbing spat out another mouthful of blood, which meant that he had wasted his words. His eyes were filled with hatred and complicated emotions. He seemed to be considering whether to fight or make peace. After a long time, he finally suppressed his anger and revealed an extremely ugly smile. He laughed dryly and said, Ha ha ha, of course I won't be angry. It's my fault for causing young Master Yun to be slightly injured just now, so it's only right for me to treat my injuries first. He repeated the question he had asked earlier, and the veins on his arms bulged slightly. If Xiao still pretended to be deaf and dumb, he would kill him without saying a word. Fortunately, Xiao's answer was quite straightforward this time. Form an alliance to resist the Biming family? We're all going out to sea together. Aren't we all friends of the alliance? Liao Yongbing returned to normal and laughed. Young Master Yun is a smart man, and you can see that there are some conflicts between you and the Biming family. After all, they're a super force and we're just a bunch of scattered soldiers. If we don't unite, it's hard to guarantee that we won't suffer a big loss. Then what kind of unity is it? Xiao asked calmly. First of all, both sides must be extremely sincere, Liao Yongbing said seriously. Only then can we be at peace. In that case, Xiao interrupted, City Lord Liao, please share the text message with us. This Xing Luo. Liao Yongbing was dumbfounded for a moment. He did not expect Yunxiao to catch his words and ask for it so directly. So, should he give it to him or not? If he gave it to her, the information in the words was very important. Could be said to be an important bargaining chip. It would be a pity to give it away just like that. If he didn't give it to her, he would be slapping himself in the face. This put him in a difficult position, and his expression became uglier and uglier. Yunxiao laughed and looked surprised. Could it be that City Lord Liao doesn't even have this bit of sincerity? The so-called sincerity is just to make others be sincere to you. Liao Yongbing blushed and gritted his teeth. Of course not. Even if young Master Yun didn't mention it, I was planning to give it to you later. Since you mentioned it first, there's no harm in giving it to you now. He threw out a jade talisman, which turned into a blue light and shot toward Yunxiao. Yunxiao's heart stirred. It seemed that the powerful intervention of the Biming family had made this old fox feel a great sense of unease, so he did not hesitate to cut off his own flesh to seek an alliance. Yunxiao took the jade talisman in his hand and sent a stream of divine sense into it to read the information inside. Then, his pupils shrank and returned to normal. No expression could be seen on his face, but he seemed to be in deep thought. Liao Yongbing had been paying attention to Yunxiao's expression. When he saw that Yunxiao was so calm, he could not help but have a higher opinion of him. However, he was not in a hurry and just waited quietly. The other side would naturally be able to judge the authenticity of the content. After a while, Yunxiao finally said, "The message is true. City Lord Liao's sincerity is indeed not just a lie. I am very touched." There's no need to be touched. I hope that we can take care of each other during the operation and not let the Biming family win. Liao Yongbing chuckled and seemed to be relieved. By the way, I'll also be going to Red Moon City in half a month's time. I hope to see if I can find some opportunities in the end of the world. Young Master Yun has a very good relationship with Red Moon City, so I hope you can take care of me when the time comes. Yunxiao smiled faintly. It was a big misunderstanding to say that he had a good relationship with Red Moon City. However, in Liao Yongbing's eyes, he thought that the other party had agreed, and his mood was instantly lifted. Although he was an overlord and the king of Haitian Town in a place like Red Moon City, he was just an insignificant minion. With acquaintances to rely on, he felt more at ease. Liao Yongbing threw a storage bag to Yunxiao and said, "There are some supreme-grade primordial stones in here. Before I summoned young Master Yun, I destroyed a lot of primordial stones. These should be enough compensation, right?" Yunxiao glanced at it and found that it was only a little more. He smiled and said, "I can feel City Lord Liao's sincerity even more now." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. After a few more irrelevant words, they turned into two rays of light and left. A while after the two of them left, the pillar of seawater that shot up against the sky gradually became thinner and disappeared from the sea. However, the whirlpool in the sea was still rolling and stirring the surrounding sea area. At an unknown depth of the whirlpool, a group of warriors of the sea tribe with feelers on their heads and a layer of transparent shell on their bodies were gathered in a circle in fear. Their faces were filled with horror, and they held steel forks in their hands. They were on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy, and their protruding eyes were staring at the top of the whirlpool. There were hundreds of them, and no one knew what race they were from. They spent a long time in shock, not daring to move. One of them was a slightly burly man. He seemed to be the clan leader of this clan. His cultivation was at the low-level martial-honored realm. His face was pale and his expression was indescribably nervous. After a long time, he cleared his throat and said, "There seems to be no more movement. Mingbu, go and check if the two experts have left." A slightly longer member of the Sea tribe shivered, and fear appeared in his large protruding eyes. He didn't want to go, but he couldn't disobey the orders of his clan leader. He still bravely swam up slowly. After a long time, as long as the night, Ming Biu reappeared in front of everyone and shouted, "Let's go!" They all left. There are no experts outside. Voila, the people of the various races all heaved a sigh of relief. That stern aura suddenly dissipated. One by one, They bowed their bodies and swam away in the sea. The clan leader also heaved a sigh of relief. There was still a trace of fear in his eyes as he said, "One of the human men has at least the cultivation of the 9 heavens realm. Although humans often come out to hunt sea beasts in the coastal waters, it's rare for such a terrifying expert to appear. Clan leader, we are considered a high-level sea clan, and we rule the surrounding 10,000 miles of sea. Why don't we choose a deeper place to settle down? We live in fear all day long near the sea. From time to time, our clansmen will meet those human experts and die." Ming Biu said with lingering fear. Ming Biu's words immediately gained the approval of most people. But there were also some old men who sighed and shook their heads, as if there was something hidden. The clan leader also sighed, "AI, why wouldn't I want to?" However, the struggle within the deep sea is even more intense. Although we are near the sea, at least we are safe and stable. Moreover, the coastal waters are in contact with the humans. Our race also shoulders the orders of the royal family to monitor the humans and build the first line of defense near the sea. Ming Biu and many of the young members of the heavenly wild shrimp tribe were shocked. Ming Biu said, "Monitor the humans and build the first line of defense? How can we bear such a heavy burden? Moreover, they guard the sea area for no reason, and the royal family doesn't even give them any benefits." "Shut up." The clan leader's expression changed greatly as he angrily rebuked. "How dare you speak so bluntly to the royal family? Do you want to die?" He released his aura, and Ming Biu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The clan leader looked at the terrified Ming Biu and said coldly, "Be careful of the exit. It's fine if you die, but don't drag our race down with you." Ming Biu nodded his head repeatedly, his body trembling. The clan leader then softened his tone and said, "There are actually benefits. In the sea area under the control of any sea clan, there would more or less be dissatisfaction and resistance from the clans under them. They would often be replaced. And in the 10,000 miles of the sea near the sea, there are 2 or 3 groups of sea clans that are on par with us, but they never dare to disobey our clan's orders. Do you think it's our clan's strength that makes them tremble? There's also the resources that these clans contribute every year," he snorted. "Do you think they don't have anger in their hearts and don't want to take our place? It's all because we didn't fight for our ruling position, but because it was given to us by the royal family of Donghai. Who would dare to resist?" The younger generation of the heavenly wild shrimp tribe was dumbfounded when they heard this. Only now did they know that there was such a secret behind this. The clan leader looked a little tired as he waved his hand and said, "All of you may leave. Remember to do all kinds of inspections, especially in the next few days, when the palace may send envoys. You must receive them well and give the royal family a good impression." "Yes," everyone responded, and just as they were about to leave, their faces suddenly changed. A group of shadows swam over from the distance, and the huge aura they emitted was not concealed at all, shocking everyone present. The number of people in the shadows was almost equivalent to an entire sea tribe. The tribe leader of the heavenly wild shrimp tribe was shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "Which tribe are you from? How dare you enter the sea area under the rule of my heavenly wild shrimp tribe without warning? How dare you?" His voice was extremely loud, and it reverberated on the seabed, directly entering everyone's ears. However, the shadow in front of them did not move at all. Soon it appeared above everyone. There were hundreds of people, and each of them had fierce expressions. They were all experts. "What kind of race are you?" The Tianyi clan's patriarch asked in shock. "I'm the commander of the coastal waters and theft by the Eastern Seas royal family, and I'm in charge of this swan and I with the royal order." His voice suddenly stopped, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes, because he had already seen that on the battleship at the head of the crowd. An ancient true dragon was engraved. Right now, 11th place is 60 votes away from 10th place. The gap is quite big, and there are still 6 hours until the end of the month. I don't think he can get into the top 10. I can't help but feel a little regretful. This is the best result I've ever achieved on the monthly rankings. Thank you, everyone. Within the Four Seas, only the Bow family and the Four Seas royal family dared to use a true dragon as a symbol. As soon as the tribe leader of the heavenly wild shrimp tribe saw this symbol, he immediately shut his mouth and knelt down in horror. He crawled on the ground and said while trembling, "The Tianai clan's clan head, Uncle Ming, pays his respects to the Lord Emissary from the palace." Uncle Ming's heart was filled with fear at the moment, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Normally, only 2 or 3 emissaries from the royal family would come out to patrol. This time, there are actually more than 100 of them. They are obviously not simple. This force is enough to wipe out the entire heavenly wild shrimp tribe. When the people from all 4 sides heard this, they all knelt down in horror, especially Ming Biu, who was so scared that his courage was about to shatter. The battleship was just an imitation of a human Type 8 battleship, and looked more impressive. Although the Sea Tribe was rich in resources, alchemists and mystic artifacts were extremely rare, and they were forbidden from trading with human beings. So, those who could ride 8th-grade warships were already the most powerful existences. A lazy voice came from the battleship. It seemed to be a young man. "Were you the ones who sent a message to the palace, saying that you found a stone coffin with the symbol of a true dragon?" Yes, that's right. When I was patrolling the sea a few days ago, I found a stone coffin lying quietly at the bottom of the sea," Uncle Ming said, trembling. "In addition to all kinds of patterns on it, there's also the symbol of a true dragon printed on it. As such, I didn't dare to act rashly and immediately sent a message to the palace, awaiting further orders." The voice from the battleship came again. "Well, you've done well. Where is the stone coffin now? Take me to it." Uncle Ming immediately got up and carefully led the way. The rest of the Tianyi clan members remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to get up. Soon, the group of people arrived at an ordinary sea area. A stone coffin was quietly inserted into the bottom of the sea. Only a small part of it was exposed, but a clear true dragon mark was engraved on it. This is the life-gathering heavenly coffin from the North Sea." The voice of the man on the battleship gave him a shock. The next moment, he saw a tall and sturdy figure appear in front of the life-gathering heavenly coffin and carefully observe it. The figure stretched out his hand and gently touched the coffin. Immediately, a seal appeared and emitted a 7-colored light. The man frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. His hands displayed a strange spell. One by one, he pointed at the stone coffin. With each point, the 7-colored light dimmed a bit and finally disappeared completely. The man gently patted the coffin, and the heavy coffin lid rumbled open. A pale but handsome face appeared in front of him. "Ruinxiang of the Northern Sea." The man's pupils contracted as he exclaimed. He hurriedly put his hand in and found that Xiang had already fallen into an extreme coma, and his life was hanging by a thread. The life-gathering heavenly coffin was a life-saving tool used by the North Sea's royal family. Once activated, the heavenly coffin could bring people millions of miles in the direction of the sea in an instant. At the same time, it would activate the defense and life-saving formation. It would also send the coordinates of the heavenly coffin directly to the North Sea Palace. The man's expression darkened as he looked at Runxiang, and he muttered to himself, "Ruinxiang of the Northern Sea is also very famous among the 4 seas, and there are few in the younger generation who can match him. Who on earth injured him so badly? It's rumored that he has a dragon's secret treasure on him. I wonder if it's still there." A light flashed in his eyes as he reached into the stone coffin. Pa! Suddenly, his hand was hit, and he was jolted out of the stone coffin. The life-gathering heavenly coffin suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the sea and flew back dozens of meters before stopping. As the coffin lid had already been opened, Xiang's entire body was revealed to everyone. That pale face suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze was like a knife as it stared straight at the young man. "Guangyi, it's you. You dare to touch me?" Xiang's face twisted in the life-gathering heavenly coffin, and his eyes were filled with anger. In his current state, he could not take a single step out of the heavenly coffin. Without the life-gathering technique in the heavenly coffin, he would probably die the moment he stepped out. If Guangyi wanted to kill him now, it would be as easy as turning his hand. Guang Yi was shocked as well. He didn't expect the other party to not be unconscious, but to enter a self-repairing state of suspended animation, and to be so alert. He snorted coldly and said in a strange tone, "Ha! I didn't think that older cousin Ruinxiang would actually wake up. You made me worry for nothing." In one sentence, he turned his desire for the dragon's secret treasure into concern and love. Ruo Xiang snorted heavily. Since the other party had said this, he couldn't expose him or not appreciate it. Otherwise, he might really be finished. Guang Yi's mind moved like lightning. Since Ruinxiang had already woken up, he definitely couldn't kill him, because the heavenly coffin contained a secret technique that could directly contact the palace of the North Sea. He didn't know if Ruinxiang had sent a message back, but if he killed Ruinxiang rashly, it would definitely cause a war among the sea race, and it would really be a disaster for the four seas. After he made up his mind, he revealed a gentle smile and said, "I don't know how cousin brother ended up like this." This really shocked younger cousin brother. Ruo Xiang also felt that the other party didn't have any hostility, so he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's a long story, cousin. Please help me contact the Palace of North Sea and ask them to send someone to take me back." "Oh!" Guang Yi's eyes flickered and he asked without changing his expression. "I've heard that once the life-gathering heavenly coffin is activated, it will send the coordinates of its location back to the North Sea. Could there be a mistake? Or is there something wrong with the life-gathering heavenly coffin?" Run Xiang's expression suddenly changed, and he knew in his heart that this was not good. The life-gathering heavenly coffin indeed had such a function, but the message had been sent out for many days, and no one from the North Sea had come to find him. Right now, even Ruinxiang was not sure if there was a problem with the message. If they confirmed that there was a problem, the other party would probably kill them directly. Ruo Xiang suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted sternly, "Guang Yi, what's the meaning of this? Are you trying to kill me?" Guang Yi's inner thoughts had been seen through by him, and he became a little hesitant. Finally, he smiled. "Cousin, what are you saying? The royal families of the four seas are all brothers and sisters." Cousin's words really make cousin feel bitterly disappointed. "It's good that you're not," Run Xiang said coldly. "Otherwise, if you cause a war among the sea race, even your imperial father won't be able to protect you." Guang Yi's heart jerked violently. Thinking of the consequences, it was indeed not something he could bear. He immediately dispelled the idea of killing and snatching the treasure. The smile on his face became sincere. "Cousin is overthinking. I just so happen to have a bottle of my Eastern Sea's myriad-year spirit milk with 3 drops inside. The spirit medicine that's rumored to be able to bring the dead back to life and grow flesh from bones with just a drop." Run Xiang's expression changed as he said in shock, "Hee hee." Guang Yi took out a small white bottle and smiled. "Although it's not as exaggerated as the rumors say, it's indeed a holy healing medicine. Even with cousin's current injuries, I think 2 drops would be enough." "Then thank you, younger cousin brother. Quickly give it to me," Run Xiang said anxiously. "Give." Guang Yi revealed an exaggerated expression and shook his head hurriedly. "Cousin, you don't know this, but the myriad-year spirit milk is extremely precious even in the palace of Donghai. 1 drop was given to me by father, the other was secretly given to me by mother out of heartache. As for the last drop of Xianxia, you won't know even if I tell you. In short, this spiritual milk is hard to exchange for even 10,000 gold. Younger cousin is also very curious and can't bear to give it. Since younger cousin can't bear to give it, but still took it out for older brother to see, then there must be a condition," Run Xiang said calmly. Guang Yi smiled. "It's true that Eastern Sea is lacking in resources and can't be compared to cousin's Northern Sea. I heard that cousin has a few true dragon secret treasures." Run Xiang's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, "Younger cousin's plan is good. Don't tell me you're thinking of using this spirit milk to exchange for my true dragon secret treasure." Guang Yi smiled humbly. "The true dragon's secret treasure can only be used when you're alive. I don't know if cousin can still survive by hanging on the life-gathering heavenly coffin. If you die by accident, what's the use of the true dragon's secret treasure? This heavenly coffin is enough to protect me from death." When the people from the North Sea arrive, they'll naturally have a way to cure me. Xiang snorted angrily. Oh, cousin. Are you that confident in sending back the coordinates of the heavenly coffin? Guang Yi sneered. If something goes wrong and you delay cousin's treatment, let's not talk about whether you can save your life. Even if you can, if it affects your martial arts foundation, the consequences will be dire. Cousin, you should be a smart person. Of course, I'll definitely help my cousin to inform the palace of the North Sea. However, I'm under orders to leave the palace this time. I can only return after completing my mission, which will take at least a year and a half. Xiang's heart was burning with anger, but he had no choice but to lower his head. What Guang Yi said was exactly what he was worried about. All right, I'll change. Give me the 3 drops of spiritual milk. After thinking it through, Xiang finally felt that staying alive was more important. So he gritted his teeth and said. Guang Yi's eyes flashed with joy, but he still exclaimed exaggeratedly, all 3 drops? How many dragon's secret treasures does cousin have? What? Do you want to exchange 3 drops of spiritual milk for a few more? Xiang only felt a mouthful of anger attack his heart, and he almost fainted from anger. Of course, Guang Yi said seriously. Cousin knows the preciousness and effects of the myriad-year spirit milk. It's not inferior to the true dragon's secret treasure at all. Besides, cousin is waiting to save his life now. A true dragon treasure in exchange for a drop of spirit milk. When Xiang heard this price, he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he trembled in the heavenly coffin and said angrily, Get lost! You're a despicable person. Even if I die, I don't want your spiritual milk. Guang Yi's face darkened and he snorted. Biao older brother's words are too hurtful. If you don't want to exchange, then don't exchange. You have the freedom to buy and sell. Is there a need to curse? After he finished speaking, he kept the spiritual milk and said, If cousin brother has thought it through, you can come and find me at any time. Cousin brother will probably have to stay in the coastal waters for a while. Oh right. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing cousin's healing, cousin will seal the area within 1,000 miles to ensure cousin's safety. When Xiang heard this, his expression changed even more, and he immediately understood what the other party was thinking. If Guang Yi sealed off the surroundings, even if the Palace of North Sea got the information and coordinates, they wouldn't be able to find him in a short time. This was equivalent to putting him under house arrest and hiding. During this period of time, although Xiang's injuries had been suppressed in the life-gathering heavenly coffin, they were still showing signs of deterioration. If he was not treated soon, he was afraid that his martial arts foundation would really be destroyed. Guang Yi, don't go. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiang finally called out to Guang Yi, who was about to leave. Oh? Did cousin change his mind? Guang Yi's face was smug, a playful smile on his lips. He seemed to have expected that he would change his mind. I can't give you the true dragon's secret treasure, but I can trade it for something else, said Xiang with a dark expression. Guang Yi's expression changed slightly and he sneered. Cousin, you must be joking. The value of the omnipotent spiritual milk is so high that it's almost equivalent to having an extra life. Without a dragon artifact, I won't exchange it even if it's a dragon crystal. With a calm expression, Xiang said indifferently, The blood of the first dragon. What? Guang Yi's entire body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He was so shocked that he retreated and said in horror, Are you kidding me? You have the blood of the first dragon. Not only Guang Yi, but the hundreds of soldiers of the Sea tribe behind him were also shocked and even caused a commotion. These warriors were all abnormally tall, and their faces were ferocious. 2 huge fangs took up half of their faces, and their thick skin had extremely strong defensive power. They were a branch of the Middle Teeth Whale clan of the Sea race, and they were also a superior super race. They naturally understood the value of the first dragon's blood. The so-called first dragon was the first-generation ancestor of the 4 Seas royal clans. He was also the descendant that was closest to the true dragon, just below the true dragon. Uncle Ming stood to the side in fear and caution. He didn't really understand the conversation between the two, and he didn't want to understand either. He only knew that they were existences that couldn't be provoked. His tone was filled with unconcealable shock and doubt. Guang Yi snorted coldly. Since when did cousin like to joke so much? If you have the blood of the first dragon, why don't you use it and leave it to me? Of course, it's not the real blood of the first dragon, but it's infinitely close. You can feel it. A ray of red light shot out from the heavenly coffin. It was just a trace of blood qi. Guang Yi didn't think much of it and laughed coldly. The so-called infinitely close is all bullshit. Cousin brother, don't even think about Yingluo. His voice suddenly stopped, and a stunned expression appeared on his face. Then it was shock, and then it was incomparably shocked. On the other hand, Ruo Xiang kept smiling coldly, as if he had already expected that he would have such an expression. This bloody Kasaya. This bloody Kasaya. Guang Yi's face was red with excitement as he said anxiously, "Where did this blood come from? What was going on? It's really filled with the smell of the first dragon. This isn't something that younger cousin brother should know," Run Xiang said coldly. "Do you want to exchange or not? Just say it." Guang Yi suppressed his excitement and rolled his eyes. He smiled. "Since cousin brother still has such a good thing, then naturally I will exchange it. 1 drop of myriad-year spirit milk for 10 drops of this blood." "Humph, Guang Yi, don't put on an act in front of me. The value of this blood is simply immeasurable. It's even higher than the true dragon's secret treasure. 1 drop of blood for 3 drops of your spirit milk. If it doesn't work, then forget it. I'll just be able to hold on for a little longer with my injuries." Ruo Xiang's face was calm, as if he was too lazy to say anything more, and he slowly closed his eyes. Guang Yi's expression changed and he thought, if it's really the blood of the first dragon, a drop is definitely worth it. However, this blood is obviously defective. Even if I ask for a drop, the chances of the bloodline returning to its ancestor state are not high. As long as there are 2 drops, I will exchange for it. The real blood of the first dragon was also an item of the 10 Directions divine realm. With 1 drop, one could obtain more than a 50% chance of atavism. As long as one chose a member of the dragon clan with decent talent and consumed it, one would basically be able to achieve atavism with certainty. As for Ruo Xiang's inferior grade, although the power of his bloodline was already infinitely close, the grade of his bloodline could not be raised to the 10th rank, and the difference in the effect was huge. After he had consumed 3 drops of this blood, his bloodline had achieved atavism, which allowed him to integrate a large number of true dragon secret treasures. Otherwise, with the bloodline power of the 4 Seas royal families, it was impossible to integrate 4 secret treasures. Ruo Xiang, who had already achieved atavism in his bloodline, no longer needed this kind of blood. He only had 2 drops left on him now. He had originally planned to exchange it for the dragon secret treasure with the royal family of the other sea regions. But now that he was seriously injured, he had no choice but to part with it. Ruo Xiang thought about Guang Yi's conditions and said, 3 drops of myriad-year spiritual milk and a piece of dragon crystal. I only have 2 drops left. I don't have more. Guang Yi's expression changed several times. He only had 1 dragon crystal, and it was a secret that no one in the palace knew about. However, when he thought of the taste of the blood, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Good! Change it." He took out the jade bottle from his body and threw it to Yun Xiang along with a box. In his current state, the other party was not afraid of any tricks. Ruo Xiang carefully opened the jade bottle, and a strong fragrance hit his face. Just by smelling it, he felt refreshed, and the injuries on his body seemed to have recovered by more than half. The other box contained a green crystal stone that seemed to be on the verge of rising up and turning into green smoke. It was undoubtedly the dragon crystal. After confirming, Ruo Xiang also took out a small ancient bottle and threw it over. He then poured out a drop of spiritual milk from the jade bottle and swallowed it. Immediately, he felt that his injuries had stopped and a mysterious power melted, quickly repairing his body. When Guang Yi received the bottle, he hurriedly opened it to examine it. 2 drops of blood lay in the bottle. His eyes revealed an unusual look of desire and excitement. His body began to tremble. He took out an even bigger bottle and placed the bottle inside. He then took out a jade box and placed it inside the bottle. Finally, he kept it. Ha ha. Older Biao brother. My spirit milk didn't disappoint you, right? Although Guang Yi had lost 4 treasures, he was clearly in a good mood. Bang! With an explosion, the life-gathering heavenly coffin exploded and was blown to pieces. Ruo Xiang slowly walked out from the explosion. He looked like he was on the verge of death earlier. But now, his aura soared and he seemed to be at his peak. This myriad-year spirit milk really didn't disappoint me. Ruo Xiang's face blushed and he praised. Although only 1/3 of my injuries have been healed, I've already completely reversed the situation. There's no need to waste spiritual milk anymore. I'll just adjust my breathing on my own. Guang Yi's face twitched and he exclaimed, Only 1/3 better? Who beat cousin to such a serious injury? Humph! Yunxiao's face flashed through Ruo Xiang's mind, and he snorted heavily, his body filled with killing intent. Guang Yi was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, There must be something else. However, cousin doesn't even want the life-gathering heavenly coffin anymore. That thing is a life-saving treasure. Each life-gathering heavenly coffin can only be used once, and the energy inside is only enough to last for a month. If no one comes after half a month, I'll die without a doubt. Speaking of which, it's really all thanks to younger cousin. Guang Yi was stunned for a moment, the flesh on his face twitching violently. His eyes were filled with annoyance, but he still forced a smile. This is all heaven's will. Cousin brother is lucky. Ruo Xiang sneered and said, The injuries on my body have yet to recover. This place is too far from the North Sea. I plan to go into seclusion to recuperate. I will leave after I have fully recovered. I will have to trouble younger cousin to provide some resources. I should. Guang Yi said to the respectful Uncle Ming. Clan leader, immediately provide this cousin of mine with a large amount of top-grade essence crystals. Give him as many as he wants. Yes. Uncle Ming's head shook like a sieve, not daring to say a word. The group of people quickly returned to the heavenly wild shrimp tribe's territory. Uncle Ming immediately ordered the tribesmen to supply all the top-grade essence crystals for Yunxiang to recover. Only then did Ruo Xiang leave satisfied. He found a hidden place in the nearby sea to recuperate. Guang Yi looked at his back as he left, his face immediately turning dark. He was deep in thought, not knowing what to think. The hundreds of teeth whale warriors didn't say a word and just stood still. However, their imposing manner alone was enough to make all the tribesmen of the heavenly wild shrimp tribe prostrate on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. After a long time, Guang Yi returned to his senses and said to Uncle Ming, When you were guarding the coastal waters, did you see a human-like girl enter the human territory from the East Sea? Uncle Ming's body trembled as he thought hard. With a bitter look on his face, he muttered to himself, This Ing Luo. The sea was so big. How could a girl notice it? This question was simply nonsense, but he didn't dare to refute it. He was so anxious that cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and he hurriedly shouted, Mingbu, come here. The slightly taller young man from the heavenly wild shrimp tribe hurriedly crawled over and continuously kowtowed. He had never seen such an important figure before, and his legs were soft. Stop kowtowing, Uncle Ming rebuked. Hurry up and answer His Excellency's question. Guang Yi was irritated. He pointed in the air and a scene immediately appeared in the water. There was a seemingly stupid little girl swimming slowly in the sea. Her eyes were misty and she seemed to be unconscious. There was a faint glow around the girl. Have you seen this little girl before? Guang Yi asked again. Uncle Ming and Ming Biyu both raised their heads to look over, and Ming Biyu said, My lord, I've been patrolling the sea every day, but I didn't find this little girl. Guang Yi's face showed some disappointment. All right, I understand. My mission this time is to find this girl. According to some clues, this girl should still be in Tianhai town the day before yesterday. But now we've suddenly lost contact with her. I've been puzzled. Lost contact? Uncle Ming pretended to be deep in thought, then suddenly realized, could he have been killed by the human race? Those humans are all like uncivilized savages, eating raw meat and drinking blood. It's normal for them to kill this little girl. Guang Yi rubbed his temples and looked at him like he was an idiot. Even if this little girl is dead, I have a way to sense her. It's very likely that she's trapped in some kind of barrier formation. I have to find her. You should be very familiar with the human race in Xianxia, so I'll leave this matter to you. It's best if you don't mobilize the army. If the negotiation is over, it's not too late to take action. I've been in seclusion for a few days, so I'll be waiting for your good news here. Guang Yi couldn't stay calm after getting the 2 drops of dragon blood. Many of the descendants of dragons were extremely talented and were born as martial emperors of the 9 heavens realm. During the process of cultivation, other than constantly absorbing the natural yuan qi to strengthen their realm, they also needed to constantly refine their bloodline so that it would be refined in the direction of their ancestors. This was the so-called atavism of the bloodline. Guang Yi was also an astonishingly talented person. He had prepared a large amount of cultivation resources, and with these 2 drops of blood, he had great confidence in condensing his bloodline to a terrifying degree. I'll go and talk with you? Uncle Ming said awkwardly, dumbfounded. Guang Yi frowned, a trace of unhappiness appearing on his face. Your heavenly wild shrimp tribe is the most familiar with this place. You should also know the most about humans. If those greedy humans had any conditions, as long as it wasn't too much, he would agree to them. In short, no matter what, I want to see this little girl alive, and I want to see her corpse dead. After he conveyed the order, Uncle Ming didn't dare to disobey and agreed repeatedly. Guang Yi also began to cultivate his bloodline in seclusion. It was important to find the little girl, but raising his own cultivation was even more urgent. He had hundreds of teeth whale guards protecting him, so there was no need for him to choose a hidden place. After Xianxia returned from the sea, everyone was busy asking about the whole story. He simply gave a few excuses and told the truth to Han Xian, then went back to his seclusion. Han Xian was secretly happy, as if a secret was being shared. The next 2 days were peaceful. Xianxia had been quietly devouring primordial qi. He had not encountered any problems during his cultivation journey, except for the lack of primordial qi. But it was different for him to break through to the 9 heavens martial sovereign realm. This stage did not just require him to have a sufficient understanding of martial arts, but to communicate with the power of heaven and earth, so that his limited power could be integrated into the infinite laws of heaven and earth. However, he was still 2 levels away from becoming a martial supreme. He did not know how many primordial stones he would have to use to replenish the vital qi of these 2 levels. Moreover, the effect of the supreme-grade primordial stones was still much worse than Ning Qiue's primordial core. On the 3rd day, strange phenomena began to appear on the sea's surface. A large number of strange-looking members of the sea tribe surged up from the bottom of the sea. They covered the sky and the earth with no end in sight. There were probably tens of thousands of them. It was a terrifying sight. A large number of human warriors rushed into Xianxia. They did not know what had happened, and they were all terrified. The major forces in the city were also alarmed at the first moment. Several beams of light shot up into the sky and looked in the direction of the sea. They all sucked in a cold breath. Among them, Liao Yongbing's expression was the ugliest. If the sea race's warriors rushed up to the shore, they would swallow Xianxia. Just as he was at a loss and his heart was filled with panic, a voice came from the sea far away. Who is the leader of the human race? Come out and speak. The leader of the human race? Everyone looked at each other. The only one who could be called that was probably a saint, but the sea beasts were definitely referring to the leader of Xianxia. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were on Liao Yongbing. Fuck! Liao Yongbing cursed. It must be some blind hunter who killed an important member of the sea tribe. In the past, conflicts with the sea race had often occurred, but they were all small fights. They had never seen such a large-scale conflict. This was simply a war between 2 armies. Now that everyone in the city was looking at Liao Yongbing, he had no choice but to fly over. On the horizon, in front of the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Sea Tribe, Uncle Ming's face was full of energy, and he was ordering them around arrogantly. There were a few other martial venerables beside him. They looked strange and were obviously from other races. A crab-headed oceanic species expert with armor all over his body had a look of extreme dissatisfaction in his eyes. He snorted and said, "It's just a negotiation with the humans. Is there a need to make such an exaggerated scene? Could it be that your heavenly wild shrimp tribe is afraid and has asked everyone to come?" Uncle Ming's face was filled with anger as he shouted, "Damn crab, you dare to spray me? I'm the commander of this vast ocean. This negotiation with the humans is of great importance. If we screw it up, you'll have to give an explanation to Lord Guangyi." "Humph. You can only rely on your position to suppress others, but you don't have any ability." Crabhead mocked. "If it wasn't for the commander appointed by the palace, who among the tens of thousands of warriors in the ocean would be willing to submit to you? You dare question my authority?" Uncle Ming roared, his embarrassment turning into anger. Good, questioning me is questioning the authority of the palace. I will definitely report it to Lord Guangyi." Crabhead's face turned green when he heard that he was going to tell Guangyi. He squeezed out an ugly smile and said awkwardly, "Brother Mingbo, this little brother has misspoken. Brother Mingbo is a magnanimous person. Please don't hold it against this little brother." "Humph." Uncle Ming was pleased with himself and turned his head away. Sweat trickled down Crabhead's face. This matter could be big or small. It could be as big as exterminating an entire family, or as small as not worth a mention. An expert with an inverted triangle head in the front row couldn't help but speak up to help. "Brother Uncle Ming, we've been neighbors for many years. If there's a small conflict, we can settle it internally. There's no need to bring it to the royal family. You've been a commander in the coastal waters for more than 100 years, and everyone still respects you. Besides, now that we're working together for the royal family, it's not easy to start an internal conflict. If we don't complete the task, how can we explain it to the royal family?" Yes, I respect you very much. It's not good for internal strife." The crabhead also quickly agreed. "If that's the case, then I'll put this matter aside for the time being. If there's a next time, I won't let you off easily." Uncle Ming snorted. He was just saying it to scare people. He didn't dare to mention such a trivial matter in front of Guangyi, and he was really afraid that it would delay his official business. As the few of them were talking, a huge aura came over, immediately suppressing everyone so that they couldn't raise their heads, and their hearts were filled with panic. A martial sovereign. He's actually a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. Crabhead was terrified. If a martial emperor really came, even if they had tens of thousands of soldiers, they would not be able to kill him. Uncle Ming was scared out of his wits. He immediately determined that this aura belonged to the person who had created the 1,000-mile whirlpool in the sea a few days ago. Just as they were panicking, Liao Yongbing also felt scared. Although he didn't sense any unusually powerful existence, there were so many Sea Tribe warriors. If they didn't communicate well, it was very likely to turn into a war between the two races. He couldn't bear the responsibility. "I'm Liao Yongbing, the city lord of Haitian Town. What can I do for you?" They actually want to make such a big formation. Liao Yongbing's divine senses instantly swept through tens of thousands of Sea Tribe members and finally landed on the 10 people in the front row. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Only these 10 people were martial honors. The rest were not enough to deal with him. Uncle Ming suppressed the trembling in his heart and said, "We're here on the orders of the Eastern Sea's royal family's Lord Guangyi to find a woman. There's evidence that the woman has entered Haitian Town, at least a few days ago. Please hand her over quickly, so as not to break the peace between the two races." Liao Yongbing was stunned. So this was for the purpose of looking for someone. He asked in surprise, "What woman is it? Any special characteristics?" Uncle Ming cast a spell in the air. A green light shot out and condensed into the shape of a girl in the air. She was cute and adorable. Her. She's the person that Donghai Palace must find. No matter where she hides, we must find her. I hope you'll be smart and cooperate with us. Don't be stubborn. A trace of anger welled up in Liao Yongbing's heart. It was the first time he had been scolded by some martial venerables. However, he didn't argue with them on account of the low IQ and uncultured sea race. He said, "There are at least 8,000 girls like her in Haitian town. How can we find her in the vast sea of people?" "The vast sea of people?" Uncle Ming said in shock and anger. "Can it be as big as my East Ocean? I advise you not to have any conflicting thoughts. This is for your own good. Otherwise, when I report back and Lord Guang Yi comes personally, it won't be so easy to talk to him." Liao Yongbing thought that Guang Yi should be a member of the royal family of the Eastern Sea. Who was this little girl? How could she be involved with the royal family? He was still worried. Our two clans have always been friendly neighbors. We must not break our relationship because of a small matter. I'll go back to the city and make an announcement to search for this girl. I'll give everyone an answer in 3 days. If there's no result, then I can't do anything. That's good. Uncle Ming nodded repeatedly. But it's best if there's a result. Otherwise, you humans won't be able to bear the wrath of the royal family. After he finished speaking, tens of thousands of Sea Tribe members retreated under his lead. They gradually sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared without a trace. Liao Yongbing frowned. This was a troublesome matter without any reason, and it involved a lot of people. He was considering whether he should send a message to the Red Moon City and let them deal with it. After all, the Red Moon City was the leader of the eastern region. This matter involved two clans. If it was not handled well and a war broke out, the responsibility would be great. The most recent large-scale invasion by the sea race was caused by the vanquisher martial sovereign, Gu Feiyong, decades ago. The people of the Four Seas had come together and led the army directly to the holy city of Xianxia. Even the holy region did not dare to fight. I don't care anymore. Let's see if we can find this girl first. If we can find her, it'll be best to hand her over to the sea race to settle this matter. If we can't find her, and the situation worsens, it won't be too late to send an urgent message to the Red Moon City. After making up his mind, Liao Yongbing immediately turned into a ray of light and returned to Haitian town. On the 4th day of Yunxiao's seclusion, a message fluctuation suddenly came from outside the secret chamber, and he slowly opened his eyes. Usually, Hanxian wouldn't disturb him at this time unless it was something urgent. He waved his hand, and the message was sent to his mind. Yunxiao's face flickered as he suddenly rose to his feet and walked out of the secret chamber. Hanxian had been waiting outside for a long time, her face filled with anxiety. "Young Master Yun, look at this." Hanxian cast a spell without a second word, and Xiaohong's image appeared in the air, along with a missing person notice issued by the city lord's mansion. Just yesterday, the marine race came in an aggressive manner to find Little Red, Fei Xian said. Yun Xiao did not show much reaction on his face. He knew more about the Sea Tribe than ordinary humans, so he did not panic. He just muttered to himself, "So she came from the Eastern Sea. Then the person who is looking for her must know what she is." Han Xian was taken aback. She did not understand what Yun Xiao was talking about, but she said anxiously, "What should we do now? The whole city is looking for Xiaohong. She once publicly worked as a shopping guide in the shop, so I'm afraid that people will come to our door very soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Qinrong rushed in and said, "President Young Master Yun Xiao, City Lord Liao, and Young Master Lai Feng have brought a large group of people." There was no way to hide the fact that Xiaohong was in the Purple Cloud Trade Union. After all, too many people had seen her. They soon arrived at the main hall, and the guest seats were already full. Liao Yongbing, some of the city's big shots, and Baiming Laifeng were all looking at them. Liao Yongbing went straight to the point. "Young Master Yun Xiao, Guild Leader Han Xian. I'm sure the two of you already know why everyone is here. I don't need to say more, do I?" Han Xian did not say a word, but she turned her head slightly and gave Yun Xiao a glance. Her hint was also very clear, which was to let Yun Xiao take charge of everything. Yun Xiao nodded. "I already know, but I can't hand over Xiaohong. For some reasons that I can't explain, I can't hand her over either." Everyone was stunned. Baiming Laifeng sneered. "You think you can't hand it over just because you say so?" If the sea race comes to ask for you 2 days later, we'll just hand you over. Everyone thought that Xianxia would fly into a rage, but to their surprise, he just nodded with an expressionless face and said, "That's good. I also want to find out some things from them." This Baiming Lifeng was also stunned. Liao Yongbing and the rest of the people were also stunned. They didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. "Young Master Xianxia," Liao Yongbing said earnestly, "this concerns the peace between the two races. I hope you can consider it carefully. Handing over Xiaohong is the right way to resolve the conflict. He had just made such an ally, and he did not want anything to happen to him." "Don't worry," Xianxia said with a smile. "I'll give the Sea Tribe an explanation." In his heart, he thought that he could use the sea race as a breakthrough point to find out about Xiaohong and the Inauthentic. As for the peace between the two races, even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Back then, he had broken through the sky and had a holy region to hold it up. Liao Yongbing was at a loss for words, but since the other party had already said so, they had nothing to say. "Everyone work hard these 2 days," Baiming Lifeng said. "Keep an eye on the Purple Cloud Trade Union. Don't let anyone escape." Everyone had the same thought. After they left, they sent a large number of experts to keep an eye on the island for 24 hours, and the array on the teleportation island was temporarily suspended, in case Xianxia and the others took advantage of the situation and ran away. 2 days later, Xianxia came out of his seclusion as promised and flew toward the sea alone. Liao Yongbing, Baiming Lifeng, and the others were watching from a distance. When they saw him approaching the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Sea Tribe, they all heaved a sigh of relief. "Who are you? Where's the city lord Liao Yongbing?" A look of anger appeared on Uncle Ming's face. The other side's city lord had actually stood them up and sent a young martial honor. It was clear that he didn't value them. Xianxia scanned them with his divine sense and found that there were no experts among them, and these sea warriors were all ugly. It seemed that several races had merged together. He laughed and said, "City Lord Liao had too many mistresses last night, and his body is severely injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to come, so he sent me to meet you." "What? He actually still has the heart to flirt with his daughter. Did he do what we ordered him to do?" Uncle Ming said angrily. "Of course." Xianxia laughed. "It's done. It's because it's done that City Lord Liao is so happy that he's masturbating without restraint. He's still resting on the bed in the City Lord's mansion." "What about the little girl?" Uncle Ming was overjoyed. Xianxia cast a spell in the air, and Xiaohong's appearance from a few days ago immediately appeared in his mind. "Is she the one you're looking for?" Uncle Ming and the others stared at the scene for a while and confirmed it without a doubt. He said in great joy, "Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up and hand her over, or you'll have to bear the consequences." With a faint smile, Xianxia flicked the image away and asked, "I wonder why you all want this little girl? Can you tell me?" Uncle Ming didn't know. His face darkened and he shouted, "This is a secret of the East Ocean. You are not qualified to know it. Hand it over now." Xianxia pondered for a moment. It seemed that these shrimp soldiers and crab generals did not know about Xiaohong and Inauthentic. He did not want to waste any time, so he said directly, "I'm afraid that the little girl can't come. She's in a state that I can't explain. Can you call your boss over to talk?" "Leader? I'm the leader of this sea." Uncle Ming raised his thick eyebrows and shouted, "If you have anything to say, just say it to me. Our Lord Guangyi has said that I want to see this girl, dead or alive." Guangyi? Xianxia immediately knew that the word Guang was the surname of a royal family of Donghai. It seemed that Xiaohong was indeed famous, and she might even have come from the palace of Donghai. "Let that Guangyi or whatever come see me. I won't be able to get anything out of talking with you minions. It's just a waste of my time." "What? How bold. Lowly human. How dare you call us, the noble heavenly wild shrimp tribe, your minions?" Uncle Ming trembled with anger. Crabhead and the inverted triangle head were also furious. Although they were not on good terms with Uncle Ming, they were brothers standing outside the wall to defend against an enemy. Their auras surged and they were ready to start a fight if they didn't agree. With a cold smile, Xianxia suddenly opened his immemorial heavenly eye, and a stream of mental power poured out and pressed down on the dozen martial venerables in front of him. The mental power actually contained the might of a dragon. Dragon's might? It's dragon's might. Uncle Ming lost his voice in shock. His whole body trembled, and he could no longer raise any resistance. All of a sudden, more than 10 people were shocked on the spot, and each of them broke out in cold sweat. This was the pressure of the level, and it came from the trembling of the soul. The demonic dragon was also a descendant of the true dragon. Although its bloodline was not as rich as the royal clans of the Four Seas, it still had the dragon's might. Coupled with Yunxiao's strengthened spiritual power, it was like an amplifier that immediately intimidated tens of thousands of Sea Clan people. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Tell Guang Yi to come see me. I'll wait for him in Haitian Town. If he doesn't come, you can forget about seeing this little girl in this life. By the way, my name is Li Yunxiao." All the Sea tribe members trembled. Although Yunxiao had a human body, in their eyes, he was like a demonic dragon speaking at the moment, making their hearts tremble. It was not until he finished that the terrifying pressure that made their souls tremble receded. Uncle Ming and the others trembled for a while, and when they saw that Yunxiao was no longer moving, they sank to the bottom of the sea in fear and fled frantically. Yunxiao pondered for a while before flying back to Haitian Town. Everyone was watching from the city tower, and they felt very strange when they saw the Sea tribe retreat. "Young Master Yunxiao, is it done?" Liao Yongbing went up to him. "It's done," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Everything's fine now. You can go now, everyone." "This Ing Luo, where's the little girl? They don't want it anymore." Liao Yongbing felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. "No, I've already told them that the little girl is no longer in Haitian Town. They had no choice but to leave." Yunxiao was full of nonsense. He could only make up a story. If he were to tell the truth, he was afraid that these people in front of him would be angered to death. Baiming Lifeng also frowned in disbelief. How can the people of the Sea race be so easy to talk to? Yunxiao gave him a look and said with a cold smile, "The people of the Sea are pure and cute. They are very friendly and hospitable. After they found out that the girl was not in Haitian Town, they even invited me to have tea with them." Baiming Lifeng, haha. It's good that it's settled. Liao Yongbing was afraid that the two of them would fall out again, so he quickly changed the topic and smiled. "Young Master Yunxiao, you're skilled and bold. You're not afraid of the alien race at all. I'm impressed." The big shots of Haitian Town also echoed and praised. Haitian Town was the foundation of these people. If they had a fallout with the Sea race, they would be the first to be affected, so they were more nervous than anyone else. "I'm fine now," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You can leave now." After everyone saw that the Sea tribe had indeed retreated, they no longer had any doubts and returned one after another. They didn't expect that an extremely tense crisis would be resolved so easily. Yunxiao returned to the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce and continued to cultivate in seclusion. After a few days, the sea suddenly became turbulent. The sea water rose up in waves, and dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Lightning and thunder kept flashing, as if something strange was happening. A terrifying aura came with the waves, directly hitting the foot of the city. The isolated teleportation island was annihilated in an instant. The experts on the island hurriedly joined forces to form a defensive formation to open up the sea and maintain the safety of the people on the island. However, the bridge leading to the city had completely collapsed, and mortals could no longer pass through. The powerhouses of Haitian Town turned pale with fright and flew to the city wall one after another, looking into the distance. In the sea, a huge splash rose slowly, like a garden in the sky. A few figures were sitting on it. Then, one after another, figures sprang up from the sea and filled the sky. Liao Yongbing, who was on top of the city wall, felt a headache coming on. He looked at the aggressive sea race, the rolling dark clouds, the monstrous waves, and the powerful aura between the sea and the sky, which all shocked him. What's going on? Didn't young Master Yunxiao settle everything? The big shots of Haitian town stared with their eyes wide open and cold sweat rolled down their foreheads. This time, they were not some shrimp soldiers or shrimp generals. Each of them looked fierce and evil. They were not to be trifled with. Liao Yongbing's face was also livid, and he suddenly shouted, "Who are you? What's the matter?" He was also a peak 4-star martial emperor expert. With his shout, his voice immediately reverberated for thousands of miles, dispersing the strange phenomenon above Haitian town, and immediately reducing the pressure on the people in the city. The huge splash was still rising, and a giant whale emerged from the sea. Tables and chairs were set up on the surface of the water. Guang Yi was leisurely eating all sorts of rare and precious fruits. His aura was completely different from a few days ago. There was a violent energy surging in his body. Liao Yongbing's voice came from afar. He was shocked as he realized that the other party was not an ordinary person. He was at least a mid-stage martial emperor. Uncle Ming and the others stood behind Guang Yi in fear. Uncle Ming hurriedly stepped forward and said, "My lord, this man is the city lord of Haitian town. Last time, he was injured by too many prostitutes, so he sent Li Yunxiao here. Now, he has probably recovered, so he came here himself." Guang Yi frowned. As a mid-stage martial emperor, how could his body be injured by too many prostitutes? Could it be that the other party was cultivating a secret technique? A man from the Teeth Whale clan who was standing beside him received the order and shouted, "Lord Guang Yi of the royal family of East Sea is here. The city lord of Haitian town and Li Yunxiao have come to see you." "What? The royal family of the Eastern Sea?" The people on the city wall were all shocked. Dark North Lifeng was also worried. If a war were to break out, he would probably be dragged into it as well. Now that the teleportation island was completely flooded, there was no chance of leaving at all. Liao Yongbing didn't dare to go over and shouted, "The royal family of the Eastern Sea is not the royal family of our human race. Why should we have an audience with them? If there's nothing else, please return quickly and don't disturb the human race's territory." "Impolite!" the Tooth Whale clan member shouted in anger. "Call that Li Yunxiao up here now, or I'll destroy your Haitian town with tens of thousands of soldiers of the Sea Tribe." As he roared, the hundreds of Teeth Whale warriors between the sea and the sky began to exude powerful auras. They were all martial supremes. The tens of thousands of shrimp soldiers and shrimp generals were also beating gongs and drums with a thunderous momentum. The waves became even more violent under such power. The faces of the humans on the city wall were all deathly pale, without a trace of blood. The Toothed Whale clan was a naturally powerful clan. Many of their descendants with amazing talent were born as martial honorables of the Eight Desolates realm. Even those with extremely low talent would be expelled from the clan if they could not reach the martial honorables realm by the time they reached adulthood. They would have to find their own way out. As such, the Teeth Whale clan was one of the most powerful clans under the Eastern Sea King clan. Damn it! It must be that Li Yunxiao who caused trouble. I knew he wouldn't do anything good, Beiming Lifeng said through gritted teeth. Yeah, where's Li Yunxiao? Didn't he defeat the king of the sea race? Oh no, where is he? Don't tell me he has already run away. The Purple Cloud Trading Company. Go to the Purple Cloud Trading Company and find her. A faint voice rang out, and Yunxiao's figure appeared on the top of the city wall. There's no need to look for me. I'm here. Li Yunxiao, the trouble you caused. See for yourself how you're going to clean it up. Beiming Lifeng's face was ashen as he angrily said, if a war between the two races is triggered, not only will the entire Haitian town not be spared, how will you explain it to the human race? Yunxiao sneered. What war between the two races? He asked. What war? Last time I talked to them, they were all very happy. This time, they're probably here to invite me to have tea. I'll go have a few cups first. He instantly turned into a beam of light and headed toward the marine race expert. Only then did everyone's hearts calm down a little, thinking that Yunxiao would not take his life as a joke. Yunxiao flew over the huge whale and looked at the people in the spray of water with a smile. The other party's formation could only scare those who had never come into contact with the high-level sea tribe and were afraid of them. To him, this formation was not worth showing off. He immediately flew towards the water. Impudent! The man from the Teeth Whale clan's face darkened, and a layer of watery light appeared on his huge fist. If one looked carefully, it was actually compressed to the point that it was almost solidified. As he attacked, a loud trembling sound was heard in the air. It was the might of a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. Xianxiao's eyes turned cold as he slashed out his ice sword. The temperature between the sea and the sky suddenly dropped to the extreme, and the power of the punch was greatly reduced under the influence of the cold air. Then, it was broken by the sword beam, and the aftershock was also dispersed, causing thousands of ice lotuses to bloom and freeze in the air. The strong man from the Teeth Whale clan was shocked. Xianxia was only a martial supreme, so how could he have blocked his attack? While he was still in shock, Xianxia had already stepped on the ice lotuses and was about to step into the water. Impudent! The boundless sea! The Teeth Whale clan expert let out a loud roar, and his upper body suddenly enlarged. He placed his palms together in front of his chest, and his essence force spread out. It was as if a miniature whale was swimming around his palms, and he pushed them out with a loud roar. Each wave of power was stronger than the last, like the waves crashing against the city wall, each wave higher than the last. Xianxia drew a circle in front of him with one hand, and the Great Sorrow Twilight Mirror was summoned, which grew to more than 2 meters in diameter and blocked in front of him. Bang! The huge force struck the mirror, and only a small part of it pressed down on Xianxiao's body through the mirror, but it could not cause him any harm at all, and the absolute majority of the force was reflected back without moving. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and the Tooth Whale clan expert was instantly sent flying by his own palm force. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and was actually injured. Guang Yi's pupils constricted as he stared at the mirror in Xianxiao's hand with a surprised look. The sea race lacked alchemists, so 9th-tier profound armaments were extremely precious among the human race. In their sea race, except for the 4 seas royal families, 9th-tier profound armaments were basically not seen. The alchemists of the sea tribe were as respected as gods. After being defeated in a single move, the Tooth Whale clan expert was both shocked and furious. He let out a series of roars and charged forward, wanting to fight again. Stop! Guang Yi stopped him with a light shout, then turned to Xianxia, who was stepping on the water, and said coldly, "You early, Xianxia?" Xianxia sat down on the chair next to Guang Yi and poured himself a drink. At the same time, he smiled and said, "That's right. I haven't tasted the good wine of the Eastern Seas royal family for a long time, but it's still so fragrant." "Oh? So you've tasted it before?" Guang Yi looked Xianxia up and down, but he did not find him familiar at all. "Hee, it's all thanks to others." Xianxia changed the topic and went straight to the point. "That little red is now my god-sister. Why are you looking for her?" Guang Yi's expression changed instantly. His elegant prince's demeanor swept away. He exclaimed, "What? The rainbow stone is your sister? You must be joking." Xianxiao's heart skipped a beat. So, Xiao Hong's original body was called Rainbow Stone. It seemed that it was also a kind of stone. Rainbow Stone Pishio, Neon Stone Pishio, the two fused together, could it be called Rainbow Stone? Xianxia began to guess in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The names alone matched so well, and now they had indeed fused together. Guang Yi's face was extremely gloomy and he said coldly, "Where is the rainbow stone now? Immediately hand it over." "Calm down," Xianxia said with a gesture. "I wonder if Brother Guang Yi has ever heard of something called agarine? Neonite." Guang Yi frowned and didn't seem to know. His eyes suddenly flashed and he said, "Neonite, rainbow stone. Could there be some connection between these? A rainbow stone." Xianxia was a little disappointed. It seemed that Guang Yi did not know the relationship between them. What exactly is this rainbow stone? Can Brother Guang Yi dispel your doubts? Guang Yi stared at him coldly and sneered. "Don't you think you've asked a lot? With your cultivation base and strength, it's already a blessing that you've cultivated for several lifetimes to be able to drink with me." Xianxia sneered as he got up and strode away. "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. You can drink this wine alone. You want to leave without leaving the rainbow stones? What a joke! Guang Yi's aura rose and a dragon's might pressed down from the sky like a dark cloud. Behind him, Uncle Ming, Crabhead, and the others all turned pale. Although this dragon's might wasn't directed at them, their legs were trembling in horror. Even the surrounding Teeth Whale Clan experts revealed looks of fear. The smell of the bugs is so bad. Xiao waved his hand next to his nose, then took a step into the air with a smile, transformed into a beam of light, and fled. What? He's actually not affected by the dragon's might. Guang Yi, who was used to using dragon's might to suppress the sea race at the bottom of the sea, was a little uncomfortable and hurriedly shouted, "Stop him!" In an instant, the surrounding powerhouses of the Teeth Whale Clan rushed over and formed a huge wall of meat. At the same time, several of them struck out with powerful palm forces, and for a moment, water vapor soared into the sky, sealing off the sky and the earth, blocking Xiao's escape light. This was especially so for the Tooth Whale Clan expert who had injured him earlier. He seemed to be a small leader, and he immediately rushed over to take revenge. The Boundless Sea. Several similar martial arts techniques came from all directions. The martial arts of these sea people were as rare as profound-level weapons, but each race would always have one or two martial arts techniques that matched their race's characteristics, just like the Teeth Whale race's Boundless Sea. It was open and wide, and the characteristics of their vigorous palm power were vividly displayed. It was even more difficult to deal with than those gaudy martial arts techniques. Furthermore, the rolling waves between the sea and the sky was the most favorable environment for them. The faces of the people on the wall of Haitian town in the distance were extremely ugly. Finally, a fight had broken out. He's indeed unreliable, Baiming Lifeng said coldly. I've already said that he can't do anything good. It's too dangerous for young Master Yun to be alone. Han Xian exclaimed. Lord Liao, please send someone to help him. Humph? Receive? He's looking for death, and he even dragged us all down. Baiming Lifeng's face was cold. He would be happy if Xiao were to die here, but the only thing he was worried about now was how to survive this disaster. He could not afford to put himself in danger. So he began to quickly think of a way to escape. Liao Yangbing's face twitched as well. He naturally did not want to save Xiao, but he was now in an alliance with him, and they would fight against the Baiming family's powerful force together in the future. He did not want Xiao to die just like that. Let's wait and see. After all, we don't know the situation. Liao Yangbing said with a blank expression. Han Xian was anxious, but the battle in the distance wasn't something she could interfere with. It would be useless even if she went, and she would only drag down the other party. She could only be anxious. The rest of the big shots were also unwilling to make a move. They all looked on with gloomy expressions. Sensing the attacks coming from all directions, Xiao did not panic even though it was airtight. These were only martial honors of the Sea Tribe, and they could not cause him any harm. His body directly turned into lightning. The thousands of palm forces collided with each other, causing thunder to roar, but they could not hurt him at all. His body turned into lightning, a move that was almost invincible under the martial supreme realm. You big whales hide at the bottom of the ocean all day long. You must have never experienced the power of the heavenly lightning, right? Xiao's body slowly expanded. The rolling dark clouds in the sky seemed to be affected by him, as the lightning flickered even more violently and kept falling, all of which were absorbed by him. The fragrant grilled fish with the force of a thunderbolt. His body, which had expanded to the point of becoming almost transparent, suddenly exploded, turning into tens of thousands of thunderbolts that blasted in all directions. It was like the might of heaven and earth, and a thunder hell had opened up in the mortal world. Arg! Ah! Ah! Under the deafening thunder, the screams of countless soldiers of the Sea Tribe were endless. The lightning dragons rumbled across these people, and the huge Teeth Whale clansmen were all struck by the lightning. I'm furious! The young commander of the Teeth Whale clan roared with rage, and his eyes spewed fire. Then, he cast a boundless ocean from the sky and broke through the prison of thunder with the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens. He gathered all his strength in his palm, trying to kill Yunxiao once and for all. In the center of the prison of thunder, Yunxiao's figure slowly emerged. He made a hand seal, and 2 streams of elemental power shot out, condensing into a huge firestorm that spun in front of him. The Teeth Whale clan warriors who were close to him trembled with fear and despair. The power of lightning and fire were the nemesis of the Sea Tribe. Just the elemental damage alone was difficult for them to withstand. Wind rhythm, fire intent, wind and fire circulation. 3,000 small worlds of light. Under the control of his palm force, Yunxiao circulated the firestorm wheels to the extreme and suddenly threw them out. Boom! The commander of the Teeth Whale clan, Boundless Ocean, instantly exploded and disappeared without a trace. A powerful elemental force swept out, and not only him, but also over 100 Teeth Whale clan warriors in the surroundings were all sucked into it, causing them to scream in pain. The firestorm wheels spread out between the sea and the sky like a blazing sun, breaking the strange phenomenon in the dark sky. Yunxiao hovered in the world of wind and fire like a god, staring coldly at the sky. The tens of thousands of soldiers of the Sea Tribe were so frightened by this power that they kept retreating. A large number of low-level members of the Sea Tribe were so scared that they directly fled into the sea. In the distance, on top of Haitian Town city wall, everyone was also shocked. Although they knew that he was the #1 rising star, when he really showed his strength, it was still shocking. Liao Yongbing's eyes were also filled with surprise, thinking that this must be Yunxiao's trump card. As long as he was stronger, he would have a higher chance of fighting against the Baiming family. The commander of the Teeth Whale clan was burnt black. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying for more than 1,000 meters. However, the spirit of the sea race's warriors made him endure the pain and roar as he charged over again. Stop! Guang Yi finally couldn't take it anymore. He was also shocked. The terrifying aura emitted by the wind and fire power made him feel apprehensive. Yunxiao waved his hand in the air, and the wind and fire that filled the sky quickly shrank, while the sky that was like a blazing sun slowly turned clear. A moment later, a crocodile appeared under Yunxiao's feet. The crocodile looked completely different from when it was in the outer realm starry sky. The current crocodile only had half of its original body. With the addition of the Phoenix Divine Fire, its body now had many strange fiery red patterns, and a flame-like dorsal fin grew on its back. Guang Yi looked at this strange creature in shock. He didn't know what it was, but he felt a faint fear in his heart. It was as if the pressure this thing was emitting was even above his dragon's might. The crocodile spread its 4 legs in the air and climbed up clumsily. However, it was extremely fast and arrived in front of Guang Yi in an instant. Guang Yi couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and retreated, exclaiming, "What kind of creature is this?" Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "It's just a stupid crocodile that I've raised." Of course, young Master Guang Yi is a member of the royal family of Donghai. He is high and mighty. Naturally, he will not recognize these low-level monsters. Sea crocodile? Guang Yi's eyes widened. It was indeed a crocodile. Although it had patterns and dorsal fins, it should be a variant. You've injured so many of my Sea Tribe's warriors without restraint. Aren't you afraid of starting a war between the 2 races? He asked after he calmed down. Yunxiao sneered and snorted. The so-called war between the 2 races is just a way for our warriors to gain more experience. What are you afraid of? Anyway, the Eastern Sea is so big, and there's no way to kill all the sea race. If we kill them, we can always have more. So what's there to be afraid of? You coward! Guang Yi's face instantly turned livid, the veins on his arms bulging. His killing intent lingered around as he said coldly, "Once the 2 races start a war, it will be the end of the world for you humans. Even your so-called Saint Domain will be destroyed in an instant." "Haha," Yunxiao laughed. "It's none of my business. I've also found those old geezers of the Sacred Zone to be an eyesore for a long time. I'll have to trouble you to go and flatten them. If you don't flatten them, you're a coward." Guang Yi was so angry that he bared his teeth. His face began to twist and transform as if he was about to turn into a dragon. As a descendant of a high and mighty royal family, when had he ever suffered such a humiliation? But when he thought of that rainbow stone and the terrifying power of this person in front of him, his reason triumphed over his emotions. He said angrily, "I don't want to waste my breath on you. Hand over the rainbow stone and you can leave. We'll also directly withdraw our troops." With a cold look on his face, Xianxia snorted and said, "What does it have to do with me whether you retreat or not? Don't retreat if you don't want to. I'll be leaving first, you guys can do whatever you want." He stepped on the crocodile and was about to leave. He mumbled, "What a bunch of clowns. If you have the ability, stay on the sea for a few years. You're all cowards if I don't." You coward. Damn it, damn it." Guang Yi was completely mad and roared, "Teeth Whale Warrior, summon Totem Meng Tian." The junior commander of the Teeth Whale clan, whose entire body had been burnt, was shocked. He hurriedly accepted the order. At this time, the Teeth Whale clan warriors who were slightly injured all gathered around. A total of 7 people formed a huge circle and began to use all kinds of techniques. Uncle Ming and the rest of the shrimp soldiers had long since hidden far away. Tens of thousands of people watched in horror, but they were of no use. Yunxiao's face flickered, and he finally turned serious. Every member of the sea race had their own totem. These totems weren't made up out of thin air. They were super strong warriors who had existed before or now. For example, the totem of the royal family was the true dragon, and the totem of the collateral branch of the royal family could only be the sure dragon. The totems of the Teeth Whale clan were this thing called Meng Tian. Obviously, she was a powerful existence that still lived in the sea. Yunxiao's instinct as a warrior made him feel that it was not good to lose his composure. If she were really summoned, the entire Haitian town would be doomed. Although he looked carefree on the surface and did not take anything to heart, it was impossible for him to turn a blind eye to the lives and deaths of millions of people. "Do you think you can summon me just because you want to? Do you think I don't exist?" Yunxiao teleported and appeared directly above the huge circle. The crocodile under his feet immediately turned into a firestorm wheel and spun down rapidly. Guang Yi was shocked. He was already prepared to attack, but he didn't expect the other party to teleport directly. Without thinking, a blue light flew out. It was a seabird made of water. Gulu gulu. The seabird was formed from some strange water element. It rapidly grew in size. When the 3,000 wheels of wind and fire slammed into the seabird, it did not collide. It was like a rock falling into the sea, sinking into the sea. What? Yunxiao was taken aback. He really could not figure out what element in the world could withstand the combination of his primordial wind and Phoenix divine fire. But the world was so big that it was impossible to see everything. Everything had its own natural restraints. Yunxiao did not panic. He changed his hand gesture and shouted, 3,000 radiant great worlds! The power of the firestorm wheels, which had sunk into the seabird's body, suddenly increased by 1 level. The spinning range continued to increase, and in an instant, the seabird was burst open and suddenly pressed down. Boom, boom, boom. The water element that had condensed the seabird was completely vaporized in an instant. Guang Yi's face turned pale with fright, clearly in disbelief. At the same time, he felt a burst of pain, but it bought him quite a bit of time. He transformed into a half-dragon form and stabbed out with a golden steel fork in his hand. Water Strike 3000. The people of the sea race were extremely short of profound-level weapons. The trident was the symbol of the Bow family, the Lord of the 4 Seas, so they all liked to imitate it. Moreover, the trident was also extremely easy to make, so it was suitable for the use of the people of the sea race. With Guang Yi's stab, the sky changed color. Water vapor from all directions quickly gathered, forming a huge stream of water that pressed down with boundless might. Like a whale spewing out a pillar of ocean, the water strike broke through the wheel of wind and fire and shot toward Yunxiao like an erupting volcano. Yunxiao was taken aback. The aura that burst out of Guang Yi's body was actually somewhat similar to that of Run Xiang, and he was also a genius with an extremely pure bloodline. He had seen royal descendants of the sea race with such a bloodline in the East Sea, but they were extremely rare. He had only met 2 royal descendants of the sea race, and they were both geniuses? Was he just too lucky, or had the 4 seas changed after several decades? He did not have time to think about it. The water column was too powerful, but its speed slowed down after it broke the firestorm wheels, so Xianxia dodged it in the air. These few short moves were enough, and the summoned Teeth Whale clansman was already being recalled under Guang Yi's protection. The surface of the sea also began to rise slowly, and the back of a giant whale was revealed. The platform that Guang Yi was on earlier was the pillar of water that it had shot out. The back was actually engraved with a dense array that dazzled the eyes. Next, the Teeth Whale clan's warriors also flew up into the air, guarding Guang Yi's side. Although they had suffered varying degrees of injuries, it was their duty and mission to protect the royal clan with their lives. The few soldiers responsible for recalling them had already finished working together, and a dark passage was slowly opening up. Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said, "Guang Yi, stop summoning immediately, or I'll kill you." Guang Yi didn't know why, but he felt a chill in his heart when he heard that. However, how could he stop because of that? He said coldly, "If you want to stop, it's simple. Hand over the rainbow stone. Give me 3 months to think about it," Yunxiao said thoughtfully. "I'll give you an answer after that." 3 months to consider? In your dreams? No. Guang Yi refused and said coldly, "Since we can't talk, then I'll take it myself." A terrifying aura gradually came out of the passage that was gradually opening. Carried the smell of barbarism and blood. It seemed that the so-called totem had begun to move. The killing intent in Yunxiao's eyes gradually gathered as he said in a cold voice, "If that's the case, then you're asking for it." He beckoned in the air, and 9 northern heavens cold star swords flew out, forming a sword diagram in the air. It spun continuously like dark clouds, and sword chi seeped out from it. Sword cloud rain. Yunxiao pointed a finger in the air and shouted, "Sword cloud rain." The cloud of swords shot out 10,000 beams of strong light, and a terrifying rain of swords came down, splitting the sky and earth. All the members of the sea tribe were shocked. Not only did the rain of swords cover a wide area, but it was also extremely powerful. Each sword contained the attacks of martial honorables from all directions. It was as if countless martial honorables attacked at the same time. Arg! Ah! Ah! The minions of the sea race all came out and screamed. All of them under the 8 Desolates realm were killed. Even the injured Teeth Whale clansmen couldn't resist it, and their injuries worsened. In order to avoid too many injuries, Yunxiao tried to control the range of the sword rain with the summoning array as the center. The tens of thousands of shrimp soldiers and generals of the heavenly wild shrimp tribe had long been scared into hiding in the distance in the previous battle, so the casualties were minimal. "Li Yunxiao, how dare you kill my soldiers? You deserve to die." Guang Yi was furious. Together with a few powerful Teeth Whale clansmen, they rose from the sky and surrounded Yunxiao. "What a joke!" Yunxiao sneered. "If the negotiation fails, isn't it just killing?" He changed his hand gesture, and the sword cloud instantly disintegrated. The 9 northern heaven cold star swords flew back to him and formed a sword diagram. The sea of sword chi suddenly spread out, and light shot out and shone down. Sword picture. Embracing the moon in the 9 heavens. As he shouted, a huge sword-shaped sword formed in the sky and slashed down. The space was torn apart like a zipper, and the charging Teeth Whale clan warriors were all blasted apart by the sword-shaped sword, turning into a pile of flesh and blood that dissipated in the air. Guang Yi's heart was filled with shock. Under the sword-shaped aura, he could not help but tremble slightly. If he had not just condensed his bloodline, he would not have been able to withstand the sword chi. The commander of the Teeth Whale clan suddenly exploded with a tremendous amount of energy as he roared, "Don't hurt Lord Guang Yi." He didn't know any other martial skills. It was still the boundless sea, but it seemed to have used up all his strength. A strange image appeared behind him. The palm power rushed up with the shocking sea water and blocked in front of Guang Yi. Bang, bang, bang. The chi of the 9 transformed swords shook the boundless sea of palm energy until it became chaotic and the palm energy exploded. The commander of the Teeth Whale clan finally spat out a mouthful of blood from the backlash. He was no longer able to block that sword, and he refused to retreat in his despair. In the end, he was crushed into pieces by the sword chi, leaving nothing behind. Under the defense of the human wall, Guang Yi managed to buy a lot of time. The trident emitted rays of light, condensing into a colorful shadow, like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It struck out with a bang on the sword-shaped strike. Boom! The 9 swords' form was broken, but Guang Yi himself wasn't in a good state either. He was sent flying. At this moment, the horror in his heart had reached its peak, and his face turned pale with fear. He quickly retreated to the back of the whale and began to cast incantations into the complicated array around it. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Xianxia and said through gritted teeth, "Damn it! You really dare to kill my soldiers of the sea. This enmity won't rest until one of us is dead." Xianxia retracted his 9 swords and said coldly, "If the negotiations break down, doesn't that mean we'll start killing? The deaths of these people should be counted on your head." Xianxia opened the heavenly eye between his brows, and the divine realm tablet flew out. He cast a few incantation seals into it, and the land immediately expanded. An infinite gravity took shape at that moment, and the entire space was deformed by the huge gravity, collapsing toward the divine realm tablet. At that moment, the divine realm tablet turned into a mountain and suddenly fell down. The sky was pulled down like a white cloth and fell on the back of the giant whale. The giant whale of the sea tribe was like a human battleship. It was extremely powerful, and once it was used, its power was unstoppable. Its weakness was that it was too big, and it was hard to get rid of its tail. Therefore, Xianxia threw out the nemesis of his worship. The infinite gravity on the divine realm tablet fell, and before it even touched the whale, the distorted space began to press it down into the sea. Guang Yi's mouth was wide open, his eyes almost popping out. He didn't know how heavy the whale was, but to be able to force it to sink down was simply unbelievable and impossible. However, this impossible thing was right in front of him. After a moment of shock, he did not bother to activate the formation on the back of the giant whale. He directly turned into a ray of light and escaped. Based on what he saw so far, if he was touched by the divine realm tablet, he would probably be turned into a meat paste. Boom, boom, boom. The divine realm tablet finally landed on the back of the giant whale, crushing it so hard that it let out a muffled cry. His huge body pushed away the seawater and sank down. Huge waves surged on the surface of the sea, and strange phenomena appeared one after another. In the distance, the people on the city wall of Xianxia were also frightened. They all thought that it was fortunate that his martial foundation had been destroyed. Otherwise, if he was allowed to develop, he would really be the world's #1 in the future. Just as the waves were rolling and the world was changing, a terrifying aura came from the sea, accompanied by Guang Yi's wild laughter. "Ha ha! Come out! Meng Tian has come out! Li Yunxiao! Let's see how you're going to stir up trouble now." In the dark space tunnel, the terrifying aura was getting stronger and stronger. A pair of red eyes bigger than lanterns flickered with a bloody light, and the huge head had already crossed the tunnel. The few Teeth Whale clan experts in charge of summoning all began to tremble, and their foreheads were already drenched in sweat. However, their eyes were filled with joy. This Meng Tian was the totem of the Teeth Whale clan. With only her head exposed, the aura had locked onto Xianxia. Xianxia felt as if there was a dagger on his back. He had seen this Meng Tian before, but he did not know that it was the totem of the Teeth Whale clan. His eyes instantly turned into blood moons, and strange patterns formed in his eyes. A strange spiritual force attacked Meng Tian. Meng Tian's eyes, which were as red as giant lanterns, suddenly focused, reflecting the array pattern in Yunxiao's eyes. Her body, which was still hidden in the passage, suddenly trembled and stopped moving forward. The bloody aura in her eyes began to slowly dissipate. "Ha ha! The Menghong beast is an ancient ocean race, and the Teeth Whale clan is its descendant. Its strength is comparable to a high-ranked martial sovereign. If you dare to kill a warrior of the ocean race, you will become its food. Guang Yi was still laughing, his face smug as he looked coldly at the figure moving up and down in the waves. What's going on? What's wrong with Lord Mengtian? Suddenly, one of the Teeth Whale clansmen felt that something was wrong and asked in shock. The other person's expression also changed slightly, and he said in surprise, "I don't know. Why did you stop?" The third person's originally pale face turned even paler, and his body could not take it anymore. He said anxiously, "I can't hold on much longer." Guang Yi also seemed to notice something was wrong and hurriedly turned around to ask, "What's going on? What happened?" "Lord Guang Yi, there seems to be something wrong with Lord Mengtian. He's not moving in the air tunnel," a Tooth Whale clansman said anxiously. Guang Yi's heart jolted and he hurriedly went forward to check. He saw that Mengtian's body was stirring, but the wild and violent aura on her body had already disappeared. The situation didn't seem right, and at this moment, something that made them completely dumbfounded happened. After a moment of irritation, Mengtian actually began to slowly retreat back into the passageway, and finally disappeared before everyone's eyes. As the few of them could not hold on, the passageway finally closed. Ift, ift. The Teeth Whale clansmen were all exhausted, and the reality in front of them had struck them hard, causing them to vomit blood. Guang Yi was also completely stunned. His entire person was stunned. Xianxia closed his eyes, and his forehead was covered in sweat. The ocular technique consumed too much of his mental power, making him a little dizzy. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. Fortunately, everyone was completely dumbfounded. The entire sea suddenly became calm, and there were no disputes. After a long while, Xianxia took the lead and said, "Brother Guang Yi, are you done? Are we still going to continue this fight?" Guang Yi's body trembled and he gritted his teeth. "You killed many of my soldiers of the sea. I won't let you go." Xianxia's face turned cold. He pointed his finger, and 9 northern heaven-cold star swords appeared in front of him, exuding the aura of an artifact as they pressed forward. The killing intent penetrated straight to the bone. Guang Yi said in shock, "Wait, as long as you hand over the rainbow stone, we can forget about everything that happened." As soon as he said that, the 9 northern heaven-cold star swords formed a sword diagram under Xianxia's control, slowly taking the shape of a sword. This time, Guang Yi was truly flustered. That rainbow stone was exceptionally important. If he could, he didn't want it in this situation. Staying alive was more important, but he really couldn't lose the rainbow stone. He hurriedly said, "Do you want to have 3 more months to consider?" Only then did the sword diagram's power stop. It disassembled into 9 long swords and was put back into Xianxia's body. "Aren't you being cheap?" Guang Yi's face turned green, but he didn't dare to speak. All the members of the Sea Tribe felt as if they had been greatly humiliated. They wanted to rush up and die together. "You're not allowed to stir up any trouble for 3 months, Xianxia said. "Also, how much do you know about this rainbow stone? Tell me everything." Guang Yi's expression changed drastically, but under the other's cold gaze, he still gave in. He endured the humiliation and said, "This rainbow stone is the treasure of the Dragon Palace. I'm not too sure about the reason, but I know that Father values it very much." Sensing Xianxia's discontented look and coldness, Guang Yi braced himself and said, "There was a great change in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and the entire royal family migrated. It seems to be related to this rainbow stone. I don't know anything else. Even if you kill me, I won't know." Xianxia's heart jolted, and he knew that it would be difficult to get any more information from her. "Hand it over or not, I'll give you an answer in 3 months. You can wait for my news." After saying that, a ray of light flew out from the bottom of the sea. It was the Divine Realm Tablet, which had already pressed the huge whale to an unknown depth. After putting away the Divine Realm Tablet, Xianxia rode the wind and broke the waves, leaving behind Guang Yi, who had a gloomy and resentful face. Very quickly, the sea race gathered their troops and sank into the sea. The hundreds of Teeth Whale clan warriors that Guang Yi had brought with him were almost completely wiped out, leaving only a few dozen injured soldiers. On the contrary, Uncle Ming and the other shrimp soldiers and crab generals were basically preserved. Yunxiao broke through the waves and soon returned to the top of Haitian town. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. They looked at him with some fear, not daring to make a sound. "Young Master Yun, how is it?" Liao Yongbing asked. "Don't you see?" Yunxiao laughed. "Hasn't it been solved?" Everyone's face was filled with black lines. After a huge battle, this was called resolved? Deal with it? Baiming Lifeng snorted coldly. "You said that it was settled, but a group of even fiercer ones came. Now you're saying it's been resolved, but who knows what will happen after that?" "So, young Master Wind, do you think I didn't solve the problem thoroughly?" Yunxiao laughed. "Next time, I'll have to trouble young Master Wind to deal with it." Baiming Lifeng turned his head and snorted. "This is your business. What does it have to do with me?" Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said sarcastically. "You also know that it has nothing to do with you, so what are you blabbering about? You're so unreasonable. You're so rude. So rude." Baiming Lifeng was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the other party's strength, he really wanted to go up and kill him. Liao Yongbing's face darkened, and she quickly said, "What's the situation now? Will they come again? Haitian town can't stand their repeated invasion." "Don't worry, City Lord Liao," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Although it hasn't been completely solved, it's almost done. The Eastern Sea's royal family promised me that they won't come back for 3 months, and I'll completely deal with them in 3 months." 3 months? You can only keep it for 3 months. Many of the big shots of Haitian town were in a panic again. Liao Yongbing's face was also gloomy. "They only want that little girl. Young Master Yun, won't everything be fine if you hand her over?" Yunxiao's face was filled with pain and regret as he sighed. "Have any of you seen that little girl these past few days?" When the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce had caused trouble that day, the little girl had been sent flying by a martial honor of the 8 Desolation realm with 1 punch. Hundreds of people had seen it. Can an ordinary little girl withstand a punch from a revered martial artist? "What?" Everyone's face turned green. Liao Yongbing said, Could it be that you're already dead, little girl?" This group of marine race members said that they want to see the person if he's alive and the corpse if he's dead. "Where's the corpse?" Yunxiao gave him a glare and said, "An ordinary 10-year-old girl was punched by a martial honor. Do you think there would still be a corpse?" This by-in. Everyone felt dizzy. "Then how did you negotiate with the sea race?" Liao Yongbing asked doubtfully. "How are we going to reply to them in 3 months? I promised to find a little girl who looks about the same for them 3 months later," Yunxiao said. "I'll just go back and report to them." This works too. Everyone felt dizzy and thought it was a little ridiculous, but Yunxiao was the only one who knew the details of the matter, and no one could do anything about it if he did not say it. Liao Yongbing didn't believe it. He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yunxiao, Haitian town is the foundation of my life. You must not neglect it." "Don't worry, brother," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I'll get it done for you in 3 months." Since the matter had already come to this, there was no point in saying anything more. Everyone left with their own thoughts. Some of the big shots felt that things were not good and began to prepare to transfer some of their assets out for safety. After that, Yunxiao went into seclusion again. He asked Liao Yongbing for a large number of supreme-grade primordial stones without any hesitation, and the latter gave him more without hesitation. The sea was indeed calm. As a member of the royal family of Donghai, Guang Yi had to keep his word. As for whether he returned to the palace or continued to stay in the coastal waters, no one knew. Not long after, the people of the Baiming family went to the Red Moon City and waited for the Immortal Land to open. Liao Yongbing also had the intention to break into the Immortal Realm, but she was waiting for Yunxiao to come out of seclusion. Finally, 10 days later, Yunxiao came out of seclusion. He had absorbed an amazing amount of primordial qi, but he had only reached the mid-tier 8 stars Martial Venerable Realm, which was still some distance away from the peak. "Is there any news of Ling Er?" Yunxiao asked. Han Xian took out 2 communication jade tokens and handed them to Yun Xiao as she said, "Young Master Yun, you can take a look yourself." Yun Xiao scanned it with his divine sense and immediately read the information inside, and his face changed slightly. Han Xuan's eyes flashed with a trace of worry as she said, "The 2 messages were sent only 2 days apart. Young Master Yun, you've already noticed the problem? 2 days, huh?" Yun Xiao crushed the jade pendant in his hand, and his face darkened. The 2 jade tokens were sent from the headquarters of Tianyuan Trading Company. One of them said that there was no news of Ding Ling while the other one was sent in Ding Ling tone, saying that she was already in the headquarters of Tianyuan Trading Company and everything was fine, and that Yun Xiao should not miss her. "It's a little strange, but it's indeed from Tianyuan Trading Company," said Han Xian. "It can be determined that little sister Ling must be in the headquarters of Tianyuan Trading Company at this moment." "Yes," Yun Xiao continued, "but there seems to be something going on in the headquarters of Tianyuan Trading Company. If I'm not wrong, Ling has already lost her power in the Chamber of Commerce." "What?" Han Xian was shocked and said in horror, "Sister Ling is the president of Tianyuan Trading Company. She has been in control for many years and has a deep foundation. How can she suddenly lose her power? Who had such a great ability to bring her down? Could it be that Ding Peng is colluding with outsiders again?" Yun Xiao's judgment made her panic. She was not only worried about her sister, but also worried about the future of the Purple Cloud Trading Company once Tianyuan Trading Company changed. Yun Xiao sneered and thought to himself, "It seems that my guess about Tianyuan Trading Company is right. Ding Shan has been controlling the whole situation behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could Ding Ling who did not even have a martial emperor by her side in the Merchant Union, which was occupied by tigers and wolves, have survived for so many years? Ding Shan, oh Ding Shan, you've been hiding your talents for so many years, but I didn't expect you to have such great ambitions." Yun Xiao's eyes grew colder. A man who could endure for so many years must have extraordinary ambition and ability. He looked at the worried Han Xian and comforted her. "Don't worry. Ling will be fine for the time being, and Tianyuan Trading Company will continue to operate as usual for a short time." "How do you know?" Han Xian quickly asked. "I can't tell you the details for the time being," Yun Xiao said. "In short, Ling should be safe, but her freedom is restricted. When the time is right, I'll go to the headquarters of Tianyuan Trading Company and figure it out in person." In his previous life, he did not know much about Ding Shan. However, if Yuan Bo was really killed by Ding Shan, then with his current strength, even if he went to Tianyuan Trading Company, he would not be Ding Shan's match. "I'm relieved to hear that, young Master Yun," Han Xian said, slightly relieved. She seemed to have a blind trust in Yun Xiao, and she had no doubt about him, whether in terms of strength or words. "Although there are no requirements for the people who enter, it's extremely dangerous inside," Yun Xiao said. "With Han Xuan's strength, she'd better not go in." Han Xuan's face blushed slightly, and she chuckled. "Han Xian is a merchant, and she only learned martial arts to protect herself. I naturally won't go to the Eastern Region Fairyland." She had already told Jiang Chenrong everything and planned to go to Red Moon City with Yun Xiao. But now, she felt a little sour in her heart, and she forced a smile and said, "And I just happen to have some things to deal with, so I'm afraid I can't accompany young Master Yun to the Red Moon City." "It's fine." Yun Xiao nodded. "I've disturbed Han Xian for so long, and it's time to take my leave." A moment later, 2 figures flew out of Haitian town and headed for the teleportation island. They were Yun Xiao and Liao Yongbing. Not long after they stepped onto the teleportation island, the array was activated, and the 2 of them arrived in Red Moon City. At this moment, the Red Moon City was even more crowded than the previous joust for a spouse festival. Just as they were teleported over, they heard the guards' shouts. "Don't just stand there. Everyone, walk inside." Yun Xiao was a little surprised. The voice was quite familiar. He looked up and saw that it was the fat man, Zhu Jingyi. He had no idea why he had changed into the uniform of the guards of Red Moon City. Liao Yongbing listened to the instructions obediently and began to walk slowly with the crowd. Although he was the overlord of Haitian town, no one could recognize him here. He could already sense the aura of several martial emperor powerhouses at this small teleportation point. Zhu Jingyi commanded the crowd with a straight face, and his fat body made the place seem very crowded. You are Ing Luo. When Zhu Jingyi finally saw Yuanxiao, the fat on his face immediately squeezed together, and he looked extremely frightened. He opened his mouth and was about to scream. Yuanxiao patted his belly in time, sending a stream of energy into his throat and shutting his mouth. Don't expose my identity. There are too many people here, and I don't want to be the center of attention. Zhu Jingyi nodded his head with all his might and gestured with his hands, looking extremely anxious. A guard at the side seemed to have noticed the situation and immediately walked over, saying, "Brother Zhu, what happened? I just saw this kid hit you." His face turned fierce as he glared at Yuanxiao and roared, "You dare to hit the people of my Red Moon City? Are you tired of living?" Zhu Jingyi's face immediately turned green and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly stopped the guard. "Don't be afraid, Brother Zhu. I've seen plenty of second-generation young masters from small places like this. Today I killed a few of them. It seems like there will be one more." He raised his fist and was about to grab at Yuanxiao. Bang! Zhu Jingyi knew that he could not hold on any longer, so he punched the back of the guard's head, causing him to fall to the ground. Then he punched and kicked him for a while, and the breath in his throat disappeared immediately. He felt much better. Ahem! Zhu Jingyi coughed hard. When he realized that he could speak again, he smiled apologetically and said, "This blind fool actually attacked Yun. Yun, big brother Yun. He really needs to be taught a lesson." Bang, bang, bang. He kicked a few more times with his fat legs and shouted, "Big brother Yun, you don't even know him. Get lost." The guard didn't know what was going on. He was beaten black and blue, and he felt wronged in his heart. But looking at the scene, how could he not understand that an important person had really come? He was so scared that he hurriedly ran away. "Defei, come over and help me maintain order. I have something important to do and need to leave." Zhu Jingyi called over a thin man to take his place, then pulled Yuanxiao into the hall with a smile on his face. "I didn't expect that the person I, Zhu Jingyi, knew would be big brother Yuanxiao. I'm really lucky. It's a blessing from my previous life. My ancestors' graves are smoking, and I've been praying for 500 years in front of the gods." All right. Yuanxiao immediately interrupted these disgusting flattery and said, "How did you become a guard of the Red Moon City? Looks like you're a small leader. Doing well?" Hee. Zhu Jingyi squeezed his fat face together and smiled in a flattering manner. "It's all thanks to big brother Yuanxiao. The members of our Ice Cube organization have now become guards of the Red Moon City. Sister Xiaoxue knows that I'm close to big brother Yuanxiao, so she promoted me to be a small leader. Big brother Yuanxiao, you don't know how impressive I am now," he said in a high and mighty manner. "No ordinary person can be the guard of the Red Moon City. No matter what cultivation level the experts from all over the world have, even if they are martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens, no one would dare to say a word when I berate them loudly and glared at them. Haha. This is so satisfying, so satisfying." Liao Yongbing, who was standing aside, nodded inwardly, thinking that Yuanxiao really had a very good relationship with Red Moon City. He could be taken care of even though they only knew each other. It seemed that it was right to invest in him. Yuanxiao found it funny and said, "Oh? Where's Snowball? Oh no, Sister Snowy now." Zhu Jingyi's eyes lit up and he said, "Big brother Yuanxiao, you don't know this, but Sister Xiaoxue has lost a lot of weight recently. She's been looking for you everywhere." He suddenly leaned over and said softly, "I heard from the brothers in the organization that Sister Xiaoxue missed big brother Yuanxiao so much that she couldn't even eat or drink. That's why she's getting thinner day by day." Eft. Yuanxiao coughed out a mouthful of blood, which splashed all over Zhu Jingyi's face. Zhu Jingyi smiled apologetically and said, "Big brother Yuanxiao, come with me to see big sister Xiaoxue. If you don't go, big sister Xiaoxue will miss you so much that she'll become as thin as a stick. Our brothers will be heartbroken." Yuanxiao immediately understood that Zhang Ruomei had arranged for Zhu Jingyi to guard the teleportation array, so that she could get news of him as soon as possible. She could not wait to lose weight. Remembering that he had already promised the woman, and that he was the cause of her obesity, Xianxia immediately agreed and said, "Ask that chubby girl to come to Peach Blossom Cove. Although I have a way to help her, my power is limited. I need to borrow the power of other strong practitioners." Zhu Jingyi was overjoyed. He looked as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden and ran away happily. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then went to Peach Blossom Cove with Liao Yongbing. He didn't dare to use the moon pupil in the Red Moon City. He had to have the protection of a strong master like Ning Qiue to use it. Knowing his status, he flew in the air with Liao Yongbing. As expected, no one stopped them and they soon arrived above Peach Blossom Cove. Although the environment had not changed, there was more spiritual qi and vitality than the last time he came. It seemed that Ning Qiue had come out of her closed heart. Even the environment had changed with the change of her state of mind. "Since you've come down." Ning Qiue's melodious voice came. The two of them quickly flew down. Suddenly, a green light appeared and with a bang, Liao Yongbing's body was blocked by something and bounced out. He did a few somersaults in the air and was sent hundreds of meters away. Liao Yongbing's face was filled with horror, and his heart was filled with fear. The green light seemed to have been flicked by the other party casually. With his strength of a peak 4-star martial sovereign, he naturally had no power to resist at all. He was like a small boat facing the magnificent waves, and could only be manipulated by the other party. The Red Moon City was indeed one of the 7 great forces in the world. Any random woman was already so powerful. Liao Yongbing was, after all, a sly old fox. A respectful expression immediately appeared on his face as he carefully stood in the sky, not daring to move. "Lady Qiue," Xianxia said, "this friend is my companion." Ning Qiue's voice was heard. "My Peachwood doesn't welcome outsiders, including some of your inexplicable companions, unless they are pleasing to my eyes. He no longer has this, so just stay outside." Xianxia was speechless. He was about to say something when Liao Yongbing hurriedly said, "It's my lord's precious land, so it's not appropriate for me to disturb you. It's fine to stay outside. Young Master Yun, you can go in by yourself." Seeing the old fox's pious look, Xianxia knew that he did not want to leave a bad impression on the peak expert in front of him, so he did not force him to do so. He turned into a beam of light and flew into the building. A faint fragrance wafted out from inside. It was the best dragon's saliva. Just one whiff was like absorbing hundreds of primeval stones. It was definitely not something that ordinary people could afford. Xianxia walked straight into the building without any fear. Ning Qiue was sitting cross-legged on the seat of honor, inhaling and exhaling her essence force, cultivating quietly. She slowly opened her eyes, which revealed a glimmer of light, and said in surprise, not bad at all. You've just broken through to the 8 stars martial venerable realm a month ago, and it's only been 20 days. Yet you've already stepped into the middle level of the 8 stars martial venerable realm. Such a cultivation speed is rare in the world." She paused for a moment and suddenly laughed hoarsely. "I'm confused. If you didn't have such a peerless talent, you wouldn't have been able to achieve such amazing achievements at such a young age. Did you gain anything from Haitian Town?" Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "It's dispensable. Either there's still no news of the moon pearl from the East Sea, or they've obtained some other strange things." "Oh!" Ning Qiue's interest was piqued. Looking at Xianxia's straight eyebrows, she could not help but comfort him. "I don't believe that I can't find a few beads in this world." Xianxia nodded slightly in agreement, but he had other thoughts in his mind. Since he could not even find Red Moon City or Haitian Town, perhaps he had to return to the southern region and go to the cave abode where the Heavenly Jewel sect had obtained the divine body inheritance. The walls of the cave were inlaid with moon pearls from the East Sea, but the restrictions and power in them seemed to be difficult to break. Moreover, the inheritance of a divine body was simply unimaginable. The things left in the cave wall were definitely done by an almighty person a long time ago. It would be a pity if they were destroyed to take the pearls. However, even if he could not break through the wall to retrieve the pearl, if he could trigger the light from the divine body inheritance, he might be able to restrain the demon master's clone in his body. Ning Qiue didn't know what he was thinking. She just smiled and asked, "What do you mean by inexplicable gains?" Yunxiao performed a few incantation gestures with both hands and slowly opened a space in front of him. A soft light came out of it, and a huge stone slowly emerged, shining with a colorful light. Yunxiao frowned slightly. The agarine seemed to have changed again. Ning Qiue was shocked and said, This is the Pishio agarine?" Her tone was filled with shock and disbelief. Not only was her body size different, but her aura was also completely different from what she remembered. "How did you get yourself into this state?" After a while, Ning Qiue finally accepted the fact that the stone in front of her was a piece of agarine, and her eyes showed fear. Yunxiao told her everything in detail and said, "Right now, I don't even know if the little girl inside the agarine is alive or dead. I can only let her transform on her own." Ning Qiue was stunned for a while after hearing this. She fell into deep thought and finally said, "As you said, that Xiao Hong should be transformed from a rainbow stone. There must be a great connection between the rainbow stones. If we want to figure out the relationship, we might have to go to the Palace of Eastern Sea."